Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men initially. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
When I seen wrong prospering wherever they go, I envied the wicked so much that my feet were gone. But now I hold on to someone I know is strong. He my rock and fortress. I put my trust in Yahweh. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh, protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh is higher. Is he Yah man to where he gotta lie? Is his ear heavy to where he will not hear? Is his arm shortened to where he cannot save? Cast your burdens down and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh, Yahweh, he protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh, I used to worry about if my bills get paid. I used to worry about all of my enemies. I used to worry about if my friends would stay. But now I take my problems and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. No, my King gives, he protects us all, and he heard my call. Yeah, Yahweh is higher. I used to worry, but I don't no more. And I don't fall to things I've been through. You know he pulled me through. And I don't worry about man. I put all my trust in Yahweh.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. We are Beulah Land at Temple Kifarim. We welcome you all for coming in today, spending your Shabbat day with us. So just to let you all know, we have a very different routine today. We have an extensive lesson that we have prepared today. But most of the things that we have prepared is going to come by way of video. A lot of the information is going to be confirmed that we're talking in reference to through video.
I'll stop, pause, speak a little bit, stop, pause, speak a little bit. Once the videos start, the video is like 20 minutes and the other video is like 40 minutes, but I'm not going to play that whole video. That's just too long. But the information that we're going to talk about, a lot of people are not aware of, or it's still causing a lot of people to have doubt and question what's going on. The name of the class today is Who Discovered America? And there is a lot of people who believe that the Siberians who traveled over here many, many years ago are the ones who discovered America. But we're going to let you all know who actually discovered America very shortly once we start that portion of our class. So go out, like, share, and subscribe. If you're not already a member, sign up, join, subscribe to the class, to the teachings, and be a part of the Temple Keep Irene family. This information is very important for anyone who considers themselves to be a Hebrew Israelite. For anyone who considers themselves to be a person of color, black. This information is very good for anyone who aspires to be a teacher, because as a teacher, there's certain bits and portions of information that you must know and understand, and a lot of people don't. Yeah, we're going to do thank yous. We're going to do all that good stuff. We're going to acknowledge the Creator. We probably do the commandments, and then we're going to rock out with this. So we're going to do things slightly different. And as long as the class takes, as long as it takes. I ain't in no rush to get nowhere. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right. So the portion of lesson today that I wanted to discuss prior to us getting into our class is about manliness. You know, I try to always ask the Most High, bang, excuse me for a minute, bang, shave. I try to always ask the Most High to give me what I need to feed the people on the Shabbat day. And this portion of subject has come into my spirit today about manliness. I watched a video the other day. What's those things called when the girl be all lined up or the guys be all lined up and then the girl pick and the guy pop the balloon thing? Yeah, the pop the balloon thing. So this couple had matched up. So after the date was over, they did an interview. The lady came back like a month or two later and did an interview with the people and asked them, how did their date go? Well, remember this subject, this portion earlier is about manliness. So the guy gave his understanding of what his problems was with the date and what he enjoyed and those things. And the girl gave her understanding of what she felt was wrong with her date, with the date. She hated that show. Okay. So now, when the girl had an opportunity to speak, the girl's issue, or her main issue, that she kept repeatedly going back to about the guy, is that he didn't open her door in her car, or his car, for her to get out. The guy says, well, I don't understand why that's a problem, because when you got in the car, how you get in the car? I opened the door when you got in the car. So why do I got to get out the car, walk all the way around the other side and open the door for you, when you can just real easily lift your hand up and open the door and get out? That was his argument. So how do you guys feel about that? Because I don't know how many people are actually paying attention. How do you guys feel about that? Manliness, a man opening the door to get in and out of the car for the female, for the woman, for his wife. How do you guys feel about that? Is that something that doesn't need to be done? Is that something that must be done or should be done? The guy says to the girl, I'm trying to figure out why you still sitting there. She said, aren't you going to open my door? And he said, no, you open your own door. Go ahead and get out. And she got out. They went on about their day. Little did he know that set the whole tone for the rest of the night. Because she was accustomed to being catered to in that manner. So she sat there for a little while. She ended up getting out. They go out and do whatever they was doing and eat and have their good time and relax and those things and go about their business. And his problem to her was, well, I don't have to open the door for you. Her problem to him was, I'm a queen and you must open the door for me because that's what I'm accustomed to. He says, no, you don't have to do, I'm not going to do that. So they get into a little, at the dinner table, get into a little scuffle. Cierra la puerta. Cierra la puerta. Okay. They get into a little scuffle. So when they get into that scuffle, you know, a little conversation match, they ended up breaking off the date, going home, doing whatever they was doing. How do you guys feel about rather the man should open the door, entry and exit in a car, a house? The lady says, when I was with my last man, I ain't never had to open no doors. Yeah. This was something that she was used to. But manliness, in my opinion, manliness is just something that we do. Men know to, and if you don't know, we're going to bring it up to you. If you don't know, this is something that you're going to learn. Men should open the doors, in my opinion. Men should open the door for women going in and out of buildings. And you don't even necessarily have to know the woman. You could be walking in the store and see a female coming in after you or before you. You stop and you hold the door and you let them in. If you with your woman, you're in and out of the car, or you with your mother, you're in and out of the car, or you with a female period of adult age. The youth, you can do it and you'll be training them what to expect in their future if they're dealing with real men. Now, this might seem like it ain't much of a subject, but believe me, it's very much of a subject when we're trying to reconstruct and build a nation from scratch, because that's what we're doing right now, building a nation from scratch. When the doors are opened by the man, it shows the woman a form of respect. The way that it is out here in this world today, women get very little respect from the masculine gender. Very little respect in many ways. Much is expected of them, but very little respect is shown to them. So the least he could have done was open the door, pulled out her chair, pushed the chair underneath the table as she sat down, closed the door, and did other things to cater to her in a more respectful way, but not demasculating him out of his manliness, because that's what this is about, manliness. Another form of manliness is this. When you're walking down the street, I was having a walk with my daughters, my two daughters. We went out for somebody's birthday. Her birthday was coming, but before I left Philadelphia, two of my older daughters, we was downtown Center City, and we get out the car. Yes, they know to wait till I open the door. They know. So we get out the car and we're walking up and down the street, but they walked off before me, before I got there. And my daughter said, "Abba, you're on the wrong side of the street. Get over here." But I was behind them. I didn't have an opportunity to get up to them to get on the right side. So males, just so you know, when you're walking with females, you walk on the street side closest to the traffic. You walk on that side of the female. You keep her next to the building on the inside, and it's your job to stand on the outside as what? As a protector. In case any harm or danger comes to her, you are able to push her out the way and save her life. All right? As a protector, you know, this is why you're on the outside as you're walking up. And a lot of people don't know those simple things. They don't know those simple things. We're dealing with manliness. Another issue dealing with manliness that will be a problem is when his wife chooses another man's decision over his. Oh, that's a problem. That demasculates your manliness. It takes away from your manliness. But you, on the other side, to jump off and make a big scene about it at that particular time, demasculates you. Play it off. Let it go. Don't forget. But wait till you get home or secluded or away from that environment and correct your wife and let her know what it is that she's done that you don't appreciate. If she does it again, then we know that we got a real serious problem. And then other things, other measures, and other drastic things would have to take place. But a lot of males don't know how to deal with the female gender. We don't know how to respect them. A lot of us, we don't know how to respect them. We don't even know how to keep them. What I mean by keep them, keep them. A woman that's married should be well kept. You should be able to see a woman and say, hey, I bet she's married. Yes, because she should be well kept. I watch a lot of videos on YouTube, on Facebook, as whenever my spare time, like certain times of the day, you know, I got like an hour or so, and I watch YouTube videos or FaceTime videos. And one thing that's attacking your manliness, but is you attacking your manliness, is when you're going toe to toe and arguing with a woman. You don't do that. Men don't go toe to toe arguing with a woman, tit for tat. She say this, you say that, or y'all be saying this at the same time, seeing who voices the loudest and screaming. Men don't move like that. That's a direct attack with your manliness. A man doesn't argue. Bang, bang, shave. Po. Men don't argue with females. We say what we say, and we might say it again, and that's it. It's a wrap. It's over. And for you to go toe to toe with a woman, first, you ain't going to win. You ain't going to win the argument, let's say. You might end up putting your hands on her, but that shows how weak you are as a male. You're really weak when you got to put your hands on her. But you're not going to win an argument with a female. I don't know too many men that's talented enough to win an argument with the average female. Most females will always win in that argument. So don't waste your time doing that. Men don't argue with women. Either you're going to give her what she wants or you ain't. One way or the other. If you ain't, you might want to explain yourself, but you don't have to. Just tell her no. That's not what we're doing today. Or that's not the way I'm going to move. However it is. But this, why? Because I said so. Well, I don't want this. And you're going to have that. Oh, no, we don't do that. Men don't move like that. And if you ever find yourself, and I'm going to tell you something real quick, real slick. Pay attention. Quick and slick. If you ever find yourself where you got a woman and y'all are arguing back and forth, she ain't the woman for you and you ain't the man for her. You're not strong enough as a man to demand anything from her. She is stronger than you. And that's why she ain't the woman for you. Because you innately within you as a man, I know you're a male, but I'm going to put you as a man right now. Innately within you is a natural ability to command and control your home, your environment, and everything in your life. Well, a lot of males fall short in that area. They're weak, they do drugs, they don't have a place to stay, and they're looking for someone to live in. They're looking for the drugs to take a little bit of the pressure off from all the aggravation and suffering, and they're really, really not man material. Therefore, they'll argue with a female. They'll go toe to toe and argue with them about the least little things about who's going to pay the bills today. Little things. And we have to learn. And if you're a male and you're trying to become a man, we have to learn how to be manly. So what do? You find yourself someone that you think has masculine qualities. Now, you could do this on a quiet tip. You don't have to make it embarrassing to yourself. You find somebody who has manly qualities and you gravitate to that individual. You spend time with them, you talk to them, you question them, you hang out with them, even if you got to work with them or work for them, whatever you got to do, you gravitate toward that person with manly qualities and you imitate his ways. Scripture tells you that. Imitate the perfect man and mark all of his ways. Scripture tells you that. So what you do is you walk, you try to learn these things from people who have these qualities that you see that you're lacking within yourself. Manliness is important. When you're a man, you control your home. My wife said to me the other day, she said, I got these student loans that's going to be due in a minute. And I'm thinking about that I'm going to go out and get a job. And here she is, 8 months pregnant. I think I'm going to go out and get a job so I can pay that little $500 a month to pay back that student loan. So I let her talk. I heard her she had a whole plan laid out. She was going to go do this. She could work from home, telemarketing. Yeah, she don't hear, she listen. Telemarketing where she can call and work from home to serve these. No, we don't do that in my house because I'm a man. In my house, my wife don't have to, she's never going to be forced to work ever. If I got to get 2 or 3 jobs, whatever I got to do, I'm going to go do what I got to do so that my wife can be a wife and be a mother. Because I, as a man, I have a lot of demands on my woman. A lot of demands. I want things the way I want things done, and I want it when I want it done. And I in my opinion, I have to earn that respect in order to be able to request those type of things. But males don't do that. Males will see a man move and see how a man is treated at home by his family, and a male will demand that same type of respect, and you don't get that. It don't work like that. You have to earn a right to get that respect. You have to earn it. It ain't just given to you because you're a male. You have to earn that by the way that your household operates and how your household runs. That's about manliness. And if you have the absence of manliness in your life, in your character, in your nature, women are they like lie detectors. You know how a lie detector detects when you're telling a lie? Well, real women can detect weakness in a man. And if your woman detect weakness in you, she's going to play on that. Weakness is not something that you can pretend. Weakness is not something that you can hide. Weakness is the inability or the unknowledge of knowing how to be a man. That weakness just rises up in you because it's something natural that you do if you're weak. But if you're a man and you're strengthened as a man because you learn from other men how to be a man, it's a different category, different story. So this is what I want to run past you real quick. Brothers, think about this for a minute. And I say brothers because I'm talking about the males and the men. As you was growing up in your youth, the males that you had direct access, what type of habits did they have? What type of personalities did they keep? What type of character did they possess? Ask yourself those, because you learn the men in your life as you was growing, and that's when you how to become into the man that you're supposed to be, or the male that you were going. That's how you was learning. If you got strong men, and I'm not talking about a man that beats up a woman. That's not strong, that's weak. And you will learn that weak characteristics from watching weak men beat up women. And that's not a good character trait. But if you are strong and you learn from strong men, you will know that a man's job is to nurture, provide, and protect. Nurture, provide, and protect. You don't nurture in the way that the woman nurtures, but you pay, you're keen, you're paying attention. If he's overstressed, you got to relieve somewhere. You got to watch what she needs without her or tell you are. Go ahead now. Go ahead. Shave. You got to be able to watch that. And you got to see what's going on, and you got to know. She don't have to tell you anything that's wrong. And if you're ill and you didn't have 5 in the last 5 years, you got a problem also. That's something else you have to pay attention to. And when I say command a woman, you got to command everything in your life. It's the natural process of you being a man. How to command your attitude, how to command respect, how to command your discipline, how to command supplying the needs of your family and your home without there being interruptions. You have to know how to command these things. Bo. Check it. So you have to know how to be a man, but you're not going to learn that by accident. And you're not going to learn it by watching television, because on televisions, if you watch these television shows today, they demasculate men. Women are running the household. Women are making the decisions in the household. They got the final say. Women making the bread, they're making the money. You got to watch it, because they demasculate men on televisions today, because this government don't want strong men running or ruling their homes. They want feminine, effeminized men. They want sissies in control and running the show. That's what they really want, weak men. They don't allow strong men to exude their strength on television. Very few will you ever see. Usually they'll show a strong man as a murderer, as a killer, something bad, derogatory, a thief, a robber, but not on the intelligence level of running his home because he's the man. You know, very rarely will you see that. So you're not going to learn how to be a man by watching television. You can only learn how to be a man by watching other men who are real men. And if you don't have a man in your life, give me a call and I'll introduce you to a couple so that you can learn these traits and characteristics of manliness. All right? So that's a part of my conversation for today. Hey, a lot of us don't know what manliness is. You know, a lot of us, let me say one more thing before I close out. Shalom, Zakeh. Let me say one more thing before I close out this portion. Here's a scenario. A man and a woman is in a car, and a thief comes up to him with his gun tucked inside his jacket and knock on his window while he's sitting at the light. And the thief says to him, "Give me all your money or I'm going to shoot you." He opens his jacket and shows him his gun, "Or I'm going to shoot you." If the man gives him his money and the woman is sitting there watching, and if the woman feels like you a chump, you shouldn't have did that, then that's the wrong woman. You don't need her. If she is a woman, she would have recognized that that man did the right thing by de-escalating that situation over a couple dollars. Whereas it could have been a loss of life, something to make the news. The manliness within him caused him to not have to compete with the manliness in the robber, because the robber would have more than likely utilized those weapons to take his life or shoot him harm them, maim them, or anything, or her. Both of them could have been killed because males got a point to prove. Men don't have a point to prove. Men stand on the principles of being men. They don't need to be encouraged. They don't need to be excited. They don't need to be influenced. They are men. That's just who they are. And they don't need to be put in a position where I have to feel like or prove to her that I'm a man. No. Men never prove to anybody under threat that they're a man. If you get into an argument, that's why a lot of males be arguing with women, because they're trying to prove who the man is in the house. So they're going to argue and go back and forth over you weak, bro, and that's not how it's done. You're weak. So if you arguing with your female, your woman, your wife, your girlfriend, whoever you call her, you're weak. And you need to go find yourself a man and attach yourself to him. And if I have to say something else to you, you're going to end up getting in trouble. So now he's only 2. I'm doing my best. Got to start him off while he's 2. Young. Iman, could you get that, please? And don't kill it, please. So another situation was this. The people was at the stadium. A man and his wife was at the stadium, the baseball game. And they was watching the baseball game. And the man behind them said something that the man who was sitting with his wife, he felt was disrespectful. He looks at his wife looks at him. So they sit there again. A few minutes later, something else come out of this guy's mouth that's disrespectful. The man look at his wife, the wife look back at him. A few minutes later, this went on and on for like 4 or 5 times. But the whole entire time, the man with his wife never opened his mouth. He sat there, he ate it, and he let it ride. He did not have to prove himself because he was around his woman or in front of his woman. Not one time. He knew that he didn't have to prove himself. Now, if that guy had got up and came and did something physically, then he would have been in danger, because real men are dangerous. They might not look it, but they're dangerous, real men. But there was no reason for him to become agitated, irritated, or out of character because somebody else wanted to be ignorant. That's not how real men move. And we have to watch this, family. There is a difference between a man and a male. Now, the male would have got belligerent with the guy behind him. They would have been arguing, probably got into a fist fight, and probably been scrapping back in bringing more and more people. That's what but a man, because men don't allow outside entities to control their demeanor, their character, and they don't let that happen. And that's the difference between a man and a male. So ask yourself, brothers, who are you? And if you find that you're a male, don't be embarrassed because you're a male. Don't worry about that. That's not a real big issue. It is a big issue, but it doesn't mean that it's too late. It doesn't mean that it's over for you, because you can still become a man. You have to find somebody who has manly qualities, and you have to gravitate toward that individual so that you will learn yourself how to be a man. So I asked a question earlier. I wanted you to look around to, as you grew up through life, all the men that you thought was men that was in your life. What type of things were they into? Did they do drugs? You know, did they steal? Did they rob? Did they live off of the women? Because a lot of males, they live off of the women. Did they live off of the women? Did they argue with women? Going back and forth, did they argue with women? You know, I know in our youth, we grew up, we had a lot of drug dealers as older men. A lot of them was hustling and doing drugs. And we might not have seen them do drugs, hustling and selling those drugs, but we knew what they did. But what was their personality like? What was their character like? Because every male that you came in contact with, a little portion of their spirit rubbed off on you if you were in constant contact with that individual, become the person that you are today. So you have to act, because if the reality that you grew up around basically males, and you yourself are more than likely going to be a male and not a man. So the impression that you are, and don't feel crazy about it. Don't. But if you find a male, a man, and gravitate toward that man to help you become more manly, because that's what we need to do. And it's not going to happen overnight. It's a slow process to build a man from a male. All right. So a lot of people might think, well, Prince, this conversation is really irrelevant, but it's not, because we're trying to build a nation. And in this society that we live in today, they're trying to destroy our nation and keep us destroyed. And one of the ways that they do that is that they demasculize men. They infeminize men. They make men soft and sissies. You look at a lot of our young guys today walking around with their pants hanging off their butt, with their butt cheeks exposed, their underwear exposed. The crack of their butt is shown. What do you think? That's feminine characteristic, feminine traits, demasculizing them. But they have grown up that way, and it's natural. Now you see a lot of grown males, grown 40 and 50 years old, with their pants hanging off their butt. It's not respectful. It's not proper. Young men should learn to pull their pants up on their waist and tighten their belts. They should learn that. But they're not going to learn that by the guys they hang out with that do the same thing that they do. They got to get a hold of a man. And then a lot of you mothers don't correct your children, and you allow them to do it, and you don't say nothing to them because it's easier for you to get along with them. Even ladies, you got to understand this, ladies. Even if you don't have a man in your life to teach your boys how to become men, you got to do the best you can for the time being. You got to be on top of them. You got to teach them. My mother taught me how to wash clothes. My mother taught me how to clean. I probably clean better than her, but I know I clean better than all my Nasheen. I know I clean better than all the women in my life. I know I do, because men just naturally clean better than women. When they do what they do, they're great at it. The problem is getting them to do it. My mother taught me how to clean. My mother taught me how to cook. You know, my mother taught me a lot of things about really life that, and let me tell you something else. My sisters taught me how to braid hair. I know how to braid hair. I can braid, I can get along and make things happen. And I haven't lost my masculinity at all. So I can do a lot of those things because I've been trained to do it in my youth coming up from the women in my life. It was certain parts that they played in my development to become who I am. And the same thing I'm saying to the rest of us out here in this world. Don't be ashamed to teach your man, your son, your boy, how to do quality things that he may need later in life. If he happens to grow up and he got a daughter, she's young and the mother's not around, he might need to know how to braid her hair, how to plait her hair, how to comb and brush her hair. See, I learned those things when I was young. He might need to know how to cook for himself or for his family. I learned those things when I was young and practiced them while I was growing up. He might need to know how to clean up after himself. You know how many young guys don't know how to clean up today? And I'm talking about clean up and keep it cleaned up. It's pathetic. The way that a lot of young guys are being raised today. They live in filth. And unless somebody says something to them about, get this clean, straighten this up, they will be comfortable with that. I remember this guy, I had a restaurant in Philadelphia a long time ago, and one of the customers, his name was Basil. He used to come into the restaurant. And one day, he was actually a tenant of ours. And one day I had to go and check his apartment because he wasn't paying no bills. He left. So I went into his apartment to do the eviction. And I mean, when I walked into that apartment, I had to step over piles of trash in the middle of the floor, empty potato chips, empty grocery bags, cartons of milk, on the floor, just piled up, dirty dishes in the zinc. But when you see Basil on the street, he fly, he clean, he dressed to the T. He was a photographer, a music producer. He was clean when you see him on the street. But his house was a terrible, tragic sight to see. There's a lot of people who live like that. There's a difference between a man and a male. Now, any woman who came into Basil's house and saw Basil living like that and didn't have a problem with Basil, then they got a problem as well. So what am I saying, young ladies? What I'm saying is if you got males in your life that are not aspiring to be men, and you're comfortable with that, then that says a lot about you. Every woman should aspire to have a man in her life, and not a male in her life. Every woman. And if you are comfortable with that type of relationship, that type of situation, then that is you are part of the problem without people elevating to a higher level of consciousness. Because ultimately, that's the goal. We have to unite, we have to grow, we have to build. And Prince is all up in my house. What's wrong? Get out of my house, Prince. I got to get in your house in order for us to be able to fix these issues. Because the issues start within the home. That's where they start. When you raise these young boys, you got to raise them with the perception of them growing up to be men. And a man is not going to be around filth and dirt and slime and dirt all on the walls and bathrooms dirty. I mean, grimy dirty. I'm not talking about a few clothes on top of the dresser. I'm talking about grimy dirty with mud and crushed bugs on the floor. A lot of people live like that, but that's not the way that we should be living as righteous individuals, law-abiding Hebrew Israelite individuals. We should not be tolerating and allowing that type of filth and dirt and crud and unorderly to be within our circumference. Everything about us should play a role in building and motivation. And when you have a sloppy environment, a nasty environment, it takes away from your motivation. It actually makes you stagger and sluggish in your actions and your response. That's why if you ever notice, if your house was dirty and you cleaned up, you felt better. That's why if you ever notice, if things are unorganized in your home, just say it ain't got to be dirty, just be unorganized all over the place. And then you go clean up, it feels better. You know what I mean? You feel better. You can function better in a clean environment than what you do in a nasty environment. There's a lot of people who have gotten used to filth, used to dirt, used to nastiness, and you let them come into your home, they stay in this little room, and then when they leave, you go back and you see that room and you be like, yo, how could he do this? But he don't think he did anything wrong. She don't think she did anything wrong. She was just being her. He was just being him. But you don't get to see this because out on the outside, they got on a 3-piece suit and a dress. You would never know. They high heel shoes, hair done, hair did, nails done, nails did, jewelry on, looking good. She fell on hard times. So you and your husband allowed her to stay in the back room, in the back wing of your house for like a week. And after she left, it was so nasty. You had to hire a cleaning company to come in there and clean it because you didn't want to go in there yourself. But yet she lived back there as if nothing was wrong. There's a lot of people like that in this world today. It takes away from your manliness. And that's not what we want to do. All right? So let's see some of the comments we got going on up in here. And then after we finish the comments, while we're doing the comments, family, you all should be posting your thank yous to the creator, because we're going to get into that in a minute. But we're going to do some of the comments here. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. No, if you got them, go ahead. Thank you.
First comment was, he said it should be done, but not for the reasons that were stated.
It should be done, but what is he talking about?
When you were talking about opening the doors,
I can't hear you.
when you were speaking on opening the door.
Oh, yes. Not for the reasons they both stated. Okay, me too. Brother Danielle, if you want, you can come and tell us what are your reasons, Shave, what do you think the reasons why it should be done? Other than the reason that they stated. Correct us, please. Let us know what it is that we should be, why a man should be opening the doors for the women. Let us know why that should be taking place. Open the door for a lady is a simple act of charisma and respect. Weak men feel like that puts him down for some reason, while real men know the value of showing this small appreciation to a woman. And that's Maisha, Torah Rabbah. I remember while we were courting Ish, I would open my car door all the time, and you had to check me so many times. I didn't see the big deal at the time, but I see it now. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Because too many of us don't know how to be a man because they never met or been around real men. Absolutely. That's exactly what the issues are. That's one of the first things I show and share with young brothers before I start teaching, is teach brothers how to be men and walk upright. That's right, on all square. That's right. But a lot of people don't teach that. A lot of people think because you are of age, 30, 40, 50, 60, that you're a man, and that's not true. Factual. My Ima told me how to cook and clean, wash my clothes so that I wouldn't have to depend on anyone to do it for me. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. What if a woman's house is like that? Run! Should a man or a male help her get it together, or should he just turn around and run? I would run. Stop there for a minute. What I've learned over the years is that when a woman's house or a man's house, let's deal with a woman first. If a woman's house is nasty like that, I mean nasty, excruciating nasty, when you meet her, run. Because even if she cleans up 2 weeks later, it's going to be back in that position because it's in her. This is something that she has to desire to make it different. If she desires, then yeah, she can fix that. But most of them don't see nothing wrong with living nasty and trifling like that. They don't think anything is wrong with it. So they naturally do it, and they're going to raise their children to be the same way because that's the way they were raised. Their parents never got on them about neatness and cleanliness and tidiness. They never taught that to them. Now let me deal with a man. If you find a man that's nasty like that, it's over. It's a wrap. He can't be taught. It's done. He's done. A male, not a man, because men don't live like that. A male who's living in nastiness, he's used to nastiness. See, a woman can learn. She can adapt. She's programmed and built that way. She can adapt. There's a chance, but she has to be willing. But for the opposite sex, a male who lives in that deplorable position, condition, situation, there's no helping them. They think that way. They live that way. They build that way. It's over for them. It's over. For 99% of them, it's over. That's the way they're going to be to the day they go into their grave. A male. And it's sad. First of all, did I really say that? First of all, did I really say that? You put that in my head, didn't you? To begin, Males have an ego where they don't want nobody telling them nothing. So it's hard to get and break that ego barrier to explain to him that you nasty, man. It's hard. Even if you say it to him, he's not going to hear it. He's going to be critical about you and your personality and why you saying all this stuff. He don't see anything wrong with how he's living. So it ain't as simple as if you're talking to a woman, she'll listen and hear her, and she'll straighten up. She might do it again, but she'll straighten it up. But if she want to change, she will change. But a male, ain't no changing them. Ain't no changing them. And you'll be wondering why you can't fix it. It's just the way it is with a lot of people, and I don't know why. All right? Should a man/male help her to get it together? Yeah, I know. Or should he just run? Boy, oh boy, this is a conversation between God. Don't bless no mess. What the old folks say, cleanliness is close to holiness, and I agree with that. You have to have, in order for you to move in a certain spirit, your surroundings have to be organized and structured in a certain way. Because when there's chaos all over the place, disarray sets in your mind and your personality becomes that way. Check out. The Most High don't even like filth. Very, very evident in scriptures. Yes, the Most High says that your sin is like filthy rags. He despises it. Go ahead, you got another one? I can't live with nasty women. Not in my house. Now, you know, I might be able to say that about you, Carlin, because I've been to your house, and your house was pretty decent. So, yes, you're probably being straight right there. Very good. I clean my house every day. All right, Carlin. Shalom, shalom, Shabbat shalom. All right, are there any other comments, family? Any other questions or comments? No? All right. So we're going to turn it over to Maisha. She's going to do the thank yous to the Creator. Then we're going to do the commandments. So if you got your commandments ready, post your commandments so we can get to the commandments, please. Let's go. Today's lesson about who discovered America. You know, I was sitting the other day, oh man, it must have been about 4 days ago, and his brother calls me on the phone. His brother calls me up, asking me some questions about some things, and it was very intriguing, the questions that he asked me. So he forced me to go. He didn't say, go do this, or can you do this? He just forced me by the questions that he was asking, because he showed me that a lot of people don't have this information. So he forced me to bring up this lesson that we're going to have today. Okay? So we're going to talk about these things a little bit later on. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right. So Imam, I'm going to relinquish the mic. Can you take over, please, and do the acknowledgement to the Most High?
Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy in the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Toda Rabah, everyone, for being here. May the Most High be with each and every one of us. Thanking Him for this day, for the Shabbat day, for the week, and prayerfully each and every one of us has been able to rise up from the week and found something great to be thankful for, to give the Most High his thank yous. All right, so we are going to begin with Malka Higdalia. And Malka Higdalia says, I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing us to continue to receive his breath of life. Not everyone arose this morning. That is so true, so true. So Toda Rabah to Malka Higdalia for that acknowledgement. Also, she says, I am thankful to the Most High for the beautiful design of all creation. Hallelujah. Absolutely. It is, I am thankful to the Most High for my mommy. Even though she is not a Torah observer, she is very respectful of what I need to do as a servant. Hallelujah. That is a true blessing. Malka Higdalia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for opening my eyes to his Torah and opening my heart to want to apply it fully in my service to him. It's so amazing to me that all he asks of us in return for the basic blessings and to earn an abundant and extra blessings and protection are things that only benefit us. Hallelujah. Malka Higdalia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the ability to stand firm in his law and let people know with my words and actions, I will not put anyone or thing before my service to him. Hallelujah. Absolutely. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the realization that changing your own mindset is the best pick-me-up. If we look at something we didn't get as a protection or something that just wasn't for us, instead of a missed opportunity, there's a whole different feeling that comes with that understanding. She said, of course, we should still be honest in our reflection about our actions to determine the difference. Sometimes the answer is no because we haven't earned it. Hallelujah. That's so important to know that, understand it. Malka Higdalia also says, I am thankful to the Most High for granting us the opportunity to search his Torah and the prophecies and history at any time we choose. This will put the law on our inward parts if we utilize it. And she ends it out and says, according to Jeremiah 31:33, we will eventually know this law by heart. Toda Yehovah. All praises Toda Rabah Malka Higdalia for your thank yous. All right. We have Maury Kezu, and he is greeting us and saying, I'm grateful for family that behave as family, showing love despite the hardships that we must endure day to day. Sometimes it's a struggle, but the Most High mercies are everlasting. He also says, I'm thankful for the Most High for allowing me to rise this morning, this holy Shabbat day, with a grateful attitude and a hallelujah to exalt his glorious name. Maury Kezu also says, I'm thankful my legs, arms work, despite the aches in my hearing and seeing is told, even without my glasses. My neck aches a bit, but I'm grateful the Creator's breath of life still flows in. Maury Kezu says, I'm thankful for my brethren, my father's sons, and my brothers-in-law that represent what true brotherhood is. Hallelujah. And Maury Kezu says, I'm grateful for the Most High's Torah that has been left on record for us to use as a guideline for how we should treat and consider each other and how we should serve and honor him. Hallelujah. Toda Rabah Maury Kezu for bringing forth your law. For bringing forth your thank yous. All right, and now we'll go into the next. My sister wife says, Shalom, Shalom, Mishpaka. I'm grateful to God that he is still with me in my life. And I mean that in all ways, even during moments where I'm frustrated, unsure, not in the right spirit. I'm grateful for his reminders. I'm grateful for the discipline my husband instills in us to pray 3 times a day. It forces me to remember the Creator and remember that He runs things, not me. Hallelujah. Acknowledgement. She also says, I'm grateful to be officially in month 9 of pregnancy. This is the time a woman's body is at max capacity. Organs fluctuating, muscles aching, lungs being pushed down, and more. But I still say Toda. I still say Toda Most High for my health and the ability to even carry a child at all. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So many do not have that honor and experience. So yes, we must thank the Most High for that. Semya Rishon, our student, says he is thankful to the Most High for making all the clean ingredients to make food with. Semya Rishon also says he is thankful to the Most High for giving us the idea to make special things like light bulbs and great clean recipes, etc. And then Semya Rishon also says he is thankful to the Most High for making the sun so that we do not freeze to death and making earth suitable for life. Hallelujah. All praises. Thank you, Semya Rishon, Tanarabah, for your thank yous. All right. Our coach Esther says, praising and giving esteem to Abiyah for his strict parenting with his people, his judgments, loving kindness, multiple opportunities to get this Pradosh life together to please him. Hallelujah. All right, and Keter. Luckily, and Keter says, I'm thankful to the Most High that I'm able to navigate life daily, accomplishing the most basic tasks with physical movements and sheer willpower. Sitting, standing, walking, running, climbing, jumping, bending, lifting, pushing, pulling, grabbing, catching, carrying. I'm thankful for the integration, coordination, and cooperation of all body systems which help to make each task possible to complete. Hallelujah. Very well, Ankite. So well said. Torah. All right. And Christ said, Shabbat Shalom, family. Grateful to be present among the faithful. Hallelujah. Torah. Torah. Torah to everyone who came in and said thank you. All right, I have my nieces here.
I'm thankful for my auntie. I'm thankful for my auntie.
Well, thank you. Yes.
And I thank you for my uncle too.
All right. All right, that is Amina Charm sending her thank yous to Amina Charm. All right. All right. Koti Neat. She said, sit down, Amina Charm. She says she's thankful to the Most High for life, to be in the land of the living, to be blessed to experience another year in this physical realm. I'm thankful. Okay. I'm thankful for the brothers and sisters and for the comments. Hallelujah. All right. And then she says she's also thankful for righteous leadership. Thankful for the beautiful Shabbat day. Hallelujah. Torah Koti Neat. All right. I guess I'll go ahead. Giving all praises, all glory, all honor unto our Creator, Elohim, our Master, our King of the universe, the one who knows, sees, and is all. We give thanks for him in everything we do. So all praises. Thanking the Creator for this beautiful Shabbat day, day of complete rest, a day of holiness, of congregating with one another, gathering of his sons and daughters, our brothers and sisters, thankful for his day. Thanking the Most High for my Horim, my Ima and my Abba. So grateful for them and their life and sacrifices. I'm super grateful. This year, my father's birthday came around during this week, and actually on Monday, July 13th, it was he is not here physically present, and it was quite emotionally hard for me, I would say, even when I speak to them. But grief is something that you're not. There's no timeline for it, so I'm giving myself as much grace as possible with it. However, for some reason, this was a hard week. I think I did cry a lot this week, just missing my father, missing his presence, just missing being able to call him up and just talk to him about certain things that, that a daughter can do and call her father for certain answers and just guidance. And sometimes just that peace to be able to hear your father, say certain things to you. But I'm grateful for the memories. I'm grateful for the voice that I have where I can still hear him, his physical voice, with my physical ears, hear certain words and his endearments. So I'm grateful for those things. I'm grateful for all the people who reached out to my siblings and I to, send us love on his day, on his birthday, and just, sending us warm thoughts and conversations to reflect about him. And just another reminder of how many people loved him and love him still, and how many people he touched in this world. And it's also, stop doing that, I'm talking. And it's also letting, both of my parents, the continuing of people doing that reminds me of what I should be doing and what I should be leaving on record for people. It's a humbling thing, and I appreciate the words of encouragement. I appreciate people sharing how blessed they were from them and their interactions and what they gave them. So just that reminder is always a good thing. Thankful to the Creator for Maish, for his guidance, his protection, his continuous push to go further in this walk, to continue to build this community, our family, to be a leader in this nation. Knowing and seeing that it's not easy, knowing and seeing that, there are things that you do that people don't like, but you got to be able to stand strong and firm, knowing that your service was given from the Creator and you have a job to do. And you can't go to the right or the left because someone's opinion of what you do or how you do it. It's about what the Most High has already placed for you to do and told you to do. So I'm thankful for his discipline in that and standing in that way and showing us that strength and that humility as a leader and as a man. I am super grateful to the Most High for just my family, the family that I was born with and to, and the family that I have chosen and have chosen me. I'm super grateful because it's one thing, we choose. I'm a believer. We choose those who we're born with or born to. And then we get to also choose family to add on to that. And so it's beautiful to see, like I speak to my friend Marcy a lot, but this summer we just did a 6-week summer program together. And in the midst of doing that, we became more than just friends. Like we literally call each other sisters. She literally calls me and says, "Shalom, sis," to me now, because we've exchanged so much in these last few years of knowing each other, but we've also garnered a respect for one another and a love for one another and a companionship with one another that we have become sisters. And that was a chosen thing. And what's beautiful is now, even when her mother comes see me, she comes and hugs me, and I call her mama, and we're able to just commune and have those conversations. And we're from completely different paths of life. We walk completely different paths every day when we speak of who we serve. but we respect each other in that. And that's a beautiful thing when you can find people who respect you, even the differences, and we can work together. And I'm grateful for gaining her as a sister and her family, and their embrace with myself and my family. Shh, quiet. I'm grateful to the Creator for my sister wife. I'm grateful to the Creator for my nieces that are here, that you hear in the background, we heard, and one that came forward and said thank you. I'm honored. I had them for 6 weeks throughout this whole summer for the summer camp. They came and stayed with us. And y'all know me, I have my children are teenagers and adults. So it's an honor to have them and to be reminded of how it is for little ones at 4 and 8 and 3 and seeing all the different just mindsets and concepts and understandings, just going through those things is a reminder. And just being grateful that I'm able to even give them these core memories. My sister texted me the other day this long message of thank she is of us, what we're doing and what we did for her children this summer. And I text my sister back, reminding her about my mother's older sister. She didn't have any children, but every summer we went to stay with her, and it would be for about a month or two. We'd go stay with my auntie, and we get there, and she'd have all the snacks, all the things for us, all the activities ready for us to do all. And it just reminded me that my aunt did that for us, to give my mom a break in one way, but also to give us a break, and then just to give us a different experience. And so I'm grateful that I'm able to give back that same way, and then to help form those core memories, because those are memories that when I think about going to New York in the summer, I always look forward to it. And I think about those times now as an adult and the things that my aunt did. We didn't just have fun. We did work. I mean, she made sure we were well-rounded. She would take us out to eat and teach us how to eat in a formal way. She would teach us how to just do certain manners in the house as a woman. She would just, all the things. And I remember back then, we would put our clothes on a liner because she lived in a house, in the show. And so we wash our clothes and hang them up on the line, just different things that she taught us that, and she didn't have children, but she was a great aunt, a great mother. We call her, our mother auntie or our auntie mother, because that was our second home away from home. And so for my nieces, I feel like that's what they're getting with me. And I'm grateful that I'm able to do that. I'm grateful that the Most High has supplied everything He has supplied for us to be able to include them in our lives. And I'm grateful that my sister entrusts us to do it, even though we walk different paths, some similar things, but a lot of different things, but that they trust that we were going to take care of their children as our own. So all praises to the Most High for that, thanking Him for that, and for them being able to be healthy and strong throughout this process. I'm thankful for the experience of the summer camp, meeting the different families in our community, in our surrounding community. Thankful for the parents who were there to appreciate what we did, and even thankful for those who, may have had different understandings of what they wanted for their children, but they were able to express it to us. We had some different experiences, some good, some bad. Well, I won't say bad, but indifferent, some learning lessons. And that's what it's all about. So I'm grateful for that. My husband was like, he's so happy it's over. And I am too, in so many different ways, but I was very draining. Camp started at 7 a.m. until about 3 p.m. We did that daily. But, most importantly, the children, when we asked the children how they felt, they enjoyed it. Some of the children cried yesterday because it was the last day. They didn't want to go. They're going to miss their friends. They were going to miss us. They was like, well, please do this next year. And the parents were very appreciative. And so I'm just really thankful, for this experience. And may the Most High continue to be with us. May continue to bless the hands of our work. May continue to bless the hands of our school. We have a great year coming forward for our students, our parents, our teachers, our staff, our administration. And so I just look forward to everyone being, exposed to this beautiful life that the Most High has blessed each and every one of us with. And I pray that we all take a moment every day, and if we don't write it down, but we just list it in our minds of the blessings that the Most High has given us. We list the thank yous that we make sure we thank Him every day. We thank Him when we're rising up and when we lie down, when we walk around, everything. I just pray that everyone is taking heed to what the Most High has given us. Each one of us, He's given us a different blessing, but that we're utilizing it to bless someone else as well. And in all things, just praise the Creator. So, Toda Rabah for life. I think I did see a quote from Neat said, "I love having my nieces and nephews around me. It's such a blessing. I remember before I had a child, my older sister was always so open with her babies. I still tell her how thankful to her for being that way with her children. She always trusted me, and I would take her babies out the state with me. I would keep them for whole summers, all of that. That really helped me with the experience of having children." And that's so true, sis, because for me, I know that was one of the reasons why I feel like experience gave me the experience. I always had my older nieces and nephews. I was some of their first babysitters. I know for one of my nephews who's now, wow, he's about to be 33, he came home, I was his first babysitter, and he lived with us for at least a good year. And he was always with me. He slept with me. I fed him. I got up in the middle of the night, and I was in high school. But it felt so good to be able to help my brother take care of his son. And until this day, I still have a really great relationship with him. And when my children were born, he was like their big brother. And it's, and I know a lot of families do this, but a lot of my children and their cousins call each other brother cousin or sister cousin. And I do the same with some of my cousins, because that's how close we are. We're more like sisters than cousins, or they're more like brothers than cousins, and that's a beautiful thing. And so I'm just grateful, and I pray that when we do have these opportunities to help our siblings out with their children, we're able to do so, because I think it forms a different type of bond with the auntie and the uncle when the children get to be with you longer periods of times. You realize the difference and the greatness of each other. And I have a few aunts that I'm really super close to, and I'm thankful that, my mom had siblings that we could go to and be with for periods of time, and they would take us in and love us just like they were our mother. So all praises. She said, yep, that part, growing up with cousins can be such a blessing. Absolutely. So, Toda for sharing, Nakoti. Toda for sharing, sis. Abba?
Shabbat shalom, everyone. So we all got to give a happy birthday to Sister Anit. Happy birthday to Sister Anit. We late right now, but Sister Anit just had a birthday.
Yes.
She's 22 now. She's 22 now. So may the Most High bless you with many more years to come. May the Most High cause your spirit to exuberate through all the young ladies in your family, because Sister Anit has a very good spirit. Very good spirit. May the Most High be with you, sis. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. All right. Who? Ish. Happy birthday, Sister Aisha. Happy birthday. May the Most High be with you as well. All right. Go ahead. Do what you got to do. I like to thank 3 of our members, if I can do that. Actually, Sister Anit was one of them. Sister Carol was another one, and a brother Daquan. I thank the 3 of you. I've had constant contact with the 3 of you, and I thank you particularly, and Aim Katir is also Aim Katir, because you guys have been just so very instrumental in a lot of the things that we do here at Beulah Lana Temple Kifarim. I just wanted to single you all out for a moment. You're excellent in many ways, and we're grateful. May the Most High be praised. Toda. All right. I thank the Most High for life, health, strength, portions of his knowledge and understanding. It's so much that the Most High does for us. And most of the things that he does for us, we don't even see. We don't even hear or know. You know, it never even comes in contact with us. But yet, the Most High is constantly working on our behalf to make things work for us in our favor. So I'm grateful for that. All right. Blood is the life. Let me see what Keza was trying to say. Blood is the life and so precious. Some brothers on the train yesterday tried to tell me JC died for me, and I graciously and humbly explained to him that the Most High is fair and just, and did not say that anywhere in Torah. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda. So, you know, we got a lot to be thankful for, and sometimes we don't acknowledge the things that we got to be thankful for, but we should. Sometimes we don't take the time to just sit back and decompress from our days. You know, that's a good practice that a lot of you should try. At the end of your day, when you lay down in your bed and you meditate and think about what took place in your day, how you could have did things differently, and how you're going to approach your day tomorrow. Every night when you lay down, those are the type of thoughts you should have. What could I did differently through my day, which may have affected my day in a different way, which could have made it better? Or some of the mistakes you may have made, how could you have altered those mistakes so that they themselves would be better? You know, how could you have been kinder or nicer to somebody else throughout your day? How you could have helped somebody through your day. You know, you could have gave them more help, more attention, you know, more respect, anything. We got to think like that. And, you know, when we do, it helps us to better plan for our future tomorrow. Okay? Because we are actually living in the future right now. See, that second ago, that was the future of yesterday. So now it's our past, and we got to look toward tomorrow. So every moment we live in, and we're doing what we're doing, we're actually living in the future, which is the current. But as soon as you say it, it becomes the past. So therefore, we're actually living in our future. Even for your future, you got to begin to do it now. So it's there. So I'm grateful for that knowledge that the Most High has blessed us with. All right. Shabbat shalom, Mr. Otter. Shabbat shalom, my brother. You and your wife and your little bang. Shabbat shalom. May the Most High be with you as well. All right. So let's move on. Now, this portion is supposed to be the commandment portion. And I don't know if anybody posted their commandments. Ima is not here. So I'm looking for the first commandment. And okay, I think I might have the first commandment. See, it's hard to do their job when they're not here. It's hard to do it. It's hard to do the job, especially when you don't do it all the time. All right, so the first commandment was written by Sister Higdalia, and the commandment that she posted was Numbers 15 and 38. Let's see if we can grab Numbers 15 and 38. Numbers 15, verse 38. And this is what it says. Y'all ready? Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe a border of a ribbon of blue. Okay. You know, when I'm out in the streets and I'm traveling and I see somebody with the locks and the beard, first thing I think is that this is my brother. He's a Hebrew. And the first thing I look for is fringes. And when I don't see those fringes, I say, he ain't Hebrew. Just leaving it alone, then not giving it any extra thought, and just keep it moving. So those fringes that she just mentioned in the law, they're all for a reason that the Most High gave them to us. It's for a reason. And this is her reason, okay? Well, wait a minute, sis. Oh, she wants us to do another one. And Deuteronomy 22. All right, so let's see what before she gives her reason, let's look and see. 22 and 12. Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four corners of thy vesture, whereupon thou coverest thyself. Okay, and Most High be praised. And this is her explanation. Though ideologies vary in regards to the application of these laws, it's important that we do not let that make us forsake this law altogether. Apply every law possible with the full sincerity of your heart and love to follow him, the Creator, and I believe he, the Most High, will show you what he wants to create. The Most High be praised. When she says we have different varieties, or how does she put it, the wording, she said different, very indifferent regarding the application of the law. And that's because a lot of people make fringes different ways. Some people make fringes straight. Some people make fringes. Let me get one and show it to you. Like this. Some people make them white with a ribbon blue around the back. These fringes was actually for me by Sister Yakia, Sister Yakia. She's not here today, and if she is, she hasn't spoken up. But if you need fringes, you can always contact her, Sister Yakia. She'll probably be in a little later today. She makes fringes for us. And if you need fringes, just in the keeping of the law, you contact us, and we'll make sure that we can get you her information so she can make fringes for you as well. Sister Yakia. She's usually a better Yakia. What's that? Asher, I think it is. That's her. So if you see her, inbox her and see if you can get some fringes from her. She's very good at the fringes she makes. Very good. These fringes used to have a gold law or commandment or menorah or mezuzah. Something was on them, and they fall off over a period of time because I've had these for many years now. All right, so there are different variations, and when you see the Jewish man with their fringes on, they'll just be white. They're always white with a ribbon of blue around the bottom of them, and they be real long. They be real long, way down their legs. So fringes are made different ways, and then there are brothers who believe that the fringes should be at the borders of your garments, at the end of your garments, across the bottom. So there are different ways and how different people interpret how we are to have and wear fringes. Okay, so that's always a difference. You just got to keep that in mind when you walk with a certain group or certain people. Just do what they do as long as they do it. And if they don't do it, then introduce it to them so that they can begin to do it. All right? We have to begin to do the things that are right according to the laws of the Most High. So I don't see any other commandments up this part about the commandments, way up at the top. And if anybody else posted commandments, please forgive me, but I don't see them. And if you don't mind, could you repost, go back up and copy and repost your commandment? And see what we can do. All right, sis, I'm going to have to ask you. It's what she says, Senior Rishon, the son's law, and Kezu's law. So proposal is the whole chapter of Numbers 30. I told him that too much, and he said, okay, 1:15. There is 16 for the whole chapter. He wants to highlight that vow and really important what? All right, and I don't see. So, sis, what I'm going to ask you, sis, is will you allow your son to come on and read this chapter? And if he wants to read the entire chapter, he can read the entire chapter. That's not a problem. But if he wants to come on, I'm going to send him the link. He can come on and read his own commandment. He's very intelligent. So if he wants, he can come in and read his own commandment, sis. Let me grab the law. Numbers chapter 30. Let me know if he's going to come on, sis. Because if he ain't going to come on, then I have to do it. 1-15. Let me know what he's going to do. Is he coming in? Say your law is right above your son, huh? I don't see your law, bro. But you can go back and repost it for me. Yeah, I don't see it. All right. Sis, we're assuming Rishon be coming in to do this law, to read the law. All right. Doesn't look like he's going to be coming in. And Brother Kezu, if you can repost the commandment, then it would be appreciated. And then I can, because I don't see it. And usually we mark them and it's not marked. And I just went above where I'm at and I don't even see your name for any thing for like the last 10, 15 posts. So if you don't mind, if you can repost it for me, it'll be appreciated. And it don't look like a Senior Rishon is showing up. So I'm going to start it. Oh, he's here. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Simya, shalom, shalom.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Shalom, how you doing? Simya.
Can you hear?
I can hear. Shalom, shalom. Can you hear me?
Yep. We can hear.
All right. So we will read that chapter. Since you put it up there, you want so much to do when you're going to bring out your law. What I would like for you to do is read the chapter and then explain why you wanted us to read it. What part of this law was good, okay? Or what part of the law had you bring this up as a law for class today? And then you give your expressions. Is that all right? I can't hear you. Sis. Nasimya Rashad. All right, I can't hear you. I don't hear him. I don't even see any activity going on his mic.
Can you? Can you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, sis.
Hey.
Shalom, Senior.
Okay, so
Right.
Moshe said to the heads of the tribes of Israel, "This is what the Most High commands. When a man makes a vow to the Most High or takes an oath to obligate himself by a pledge, he must not break his word, but must do everything he said. When a young woman still living in her father's household makes a vow to the Most High or obligates herself by a pledge, and her father hears about her vow or pledge, but says nothing to her, then all her vows and every pledge by which she obligated herself will stand. But if her father forbids her, when he hears about it, none of her vows or the pledges by which she obligated herself will stand. The Most High will release her because her father has forbidden her. If she marries after she makes a vow, after she makes a vow or after her lips utter a rash promise by which she obligates herself, and her husband hears about it but says nothing to her, then her vows or the pledges by which she obligated will stand. But if her husband forbids her when he hears about it, he nullifies the vow that obligates her or the that obligates her or the rash promise by which she obligates herself, and the Most High will release her. Any vow or obligation taken by a widow or divorced woman will be binding on her. If a woman living with her husband makes a vow or obligates herself by a pledge under oath, and her husband hears about it but says nothing to her and does not forbid her, then all her vows or the pledges by which she obligated herself will stand. But if her husband nullifies them when he hears about them, then none of the vows or pledges that came from her lips will stand. Her husband has nullified them, and the Most High will release her. Her husband may confirm or nullify any vow she makes or any sworn pledge to deny herself. But if her husband says nothing about it from day to day, then he confirms all her vows or the pledges on her. He confirms them by saying nothing to her when he hears about them. If, however, he nullifies them sometime after he hears about them, then he must bear the consequences of her wrongdoing. These are the regulations the Most High gave Moshe concerning relationships between a man and his wife, and between a father and his young daughter still living at home.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Now, tell us in your own opinion what all that means and why you choose that today.
The reason I chose it was because it was in the portion last week. It was actually the first chapter for the portion last week, and the other thing was what was the other thing again?
What'd you say?
I chose it because it was what we had for the portion or the parsha. Yeah. It was the first chapter we read for last week in the portion. And what it means is it's mostly about vows that if you say a vow and you're like a wife, or a widow, or a young daughter living at home, if you make a vow, your husband or oh yeah wait and if it's a widow, if they make a vow, it's binding on her. But so like if it's a wife or a young daughter, and the father or each hears about it, uh um um if they say nothing, it is from day to day, at least a week, I think, something near that. And if they say nothing near that time, they cannot just say no. You can't. The vow is now nullified. No, you can't do that because it says it at 15. So basically the same thing goes for if the Abba hears about it, and if they do say something about it and nullify it, I don't think they can change their mind um on unless they like change their mind really early, because changing your mind about that, I don't know if we could do that.
Well, they can.
Oh,
but they
they
would
can.
just incur guilt.
Yeah.
Did I just hear his mother's voice? Wow. I thought your mother was afraid to speak on the film.
Well, she's
Shalom,
actually
sis.
Shalom, shalom.
How are you?
I'm well, Todaya.
It's such a pleasure to hear your voice. All right. Hey, Sierra Shaw, you did a great job.
Say it one more
You
time.
did a great job.
Thank you.
Sierra Puerta.
Toda.
Sierra La Puerta.
Wait, do I leave?
Puerta.
Huh?
Yeah, you did a great job, little man.
Oh,
I was talking to you, your little friend. My son closed the door. You did a great job. Thank you for coming on and speaking, and thank you for pulling that commandment. May the Most High be with you. Tell everybody. All right?
Toda.
You read very well. Tell everybody how old you are.
9.
9 years old. That's good. Good work. Keep up the good work, all right?
Okay. So should I
All right.
leave?
Huh?
I said
Yes.
okay.
All right. Shalom. Go ahead. That's what I'm talking about.
So I technically gotta read a. So I technically already. I didn't read the 40.
Did you want to say something else?
Okay.
Was he trying to speak? Do you want to say something else?
Oh no, I already left.
Okay. All right. Shalom. All right. Very good. You know, it's always good to get the youth up to speak their portion and say their commandments, or even to contribute at all, because we get to see a little bit of their minds. But I like the fact that this particular youth brought out a law and expounded on the law to the best of his ability, and he did a good job. I'm grateful for that. It tells you a lot about his parents. Because a lot of our 9-year-old children today can't come close to what we just heard and saw just now. All right. Torah verse, Ikra, Leviticus chapter 24. Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom, sis. Shabbat Shalom. Sister Laurel, that's my girl right there, y'all. Sister Laurel. 24 and 17. Oh, you back with us now? Ema, you back? I understand. I'm just saying. All right, well, after I finish her, you can do the next one. That way you'll be ready. All right, let me see. Sister Laurel says, Sister Kimya. She says, Leviticus 24:17-23. Let's read it. This chapter calls it an eye for an eye. And he that killeth any man shall surely be put to death. And he that killeth a beast shall make it good, beast for beast. And if a man cause a blemish in his neighbor, as he has done, so shall it be done to him. Breach for breach, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. As he has caused a blemish in a man, so shall it be done to him again. And he that killeth a beast, he shall restore it. And he that killeth a man, he shall be put to death. Ye shall have one manner of law as well as a stranger, as for one of your own country, for I am the Most High, your Elohim. And Moshe spoke to the children of Israel that they should bring forth him that has cursed out of the camp and stone him with stones. And the Most High, the children of Israel did as Moshe did as the Most High had commanded. All right, very good. Her explanation is that if you commit the crime or damage, be ready to pay the required price in time, restitution, compensation, or karma, which decides one's fate. Selah. All right. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Kimya. Sister Laurel. Shabbat Shalom. Toda Rabbah. All right. You ready, Emma? That's the next one up. You coming on screen or you gonna stay like that, incognito? So now my video looks blurry. Yeah, but it's the camera. Wonder what is going on. All right.
All right, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. The next law that you all do. So I think I was on mute. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. All right, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Technical difficulties, you know how it is. Shout out to my Ish for reading the laws for you all. The next law that is posted that I see comes from our nephew Carlin, and it can be found in the book of Genesis, chapter 9, Bereshit, verse 4. And it reads, but the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And, okay, I see that commandments. However, let me see if I see his explanation, because that's what I don't see. I don't see his explanation. Okay, so I don't see the explanation, but thank you for posting that law, Carlin. I'm going to go ahead and go to, I believe Mari Kezer's law is up there, and it's in the book of Leviticus, chapter 17, verses 10 through 12. Leviticus, Vayikra, 17, verse 10 through 12. And it reads, and whatsoever man there be of the house of Yisrael, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul. Therefore I said unto the children of Yisrael, No soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourneth among you eat blood. And this kind of like goes along with what Colin had posted. But I'm going to read. He said, his explanation is that should you choose to eat meat, blood should not be incorporated, and even more so that blood on the altar was used as an expiation for our sins. Furthermore, solidify that no one has died for our sins, because that would be NTN, totally not Torah. Adding verse 12, therefore I say to the Israelites, none of you may eat blood, nor may any foreigner residing among you eat. I'm sorry, I'm trying to, these are all started. Sorry, guys. Okay. You know, he just said, residing among you eat it. So, Toda Rabbah More Kezi for your law. All right, the next law that is starred is, I'll give it to us, is from Ain Sukari, and it can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, and 28 and verse 5, and it reads, blessed shall be thy basket and thy stone and thy store. Deuteronomy 28, verse 5, blessed shall be thy basket and thy store. And her explanation is in the city, and blessed shall thou be in the field. May we be blessed in the land, in the city, and the field, guided by the Most High in the ways we must utilize. Hallelujah. All right. All right. I do see, let's see. Believe or neat law. She put place that can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22, verse 8. And it reads, when thou buildest a new house, then thou shalt make a battlement for thy roof. Bring not blood upon thine house, if any man fall from thence. And she says, in ancient Israel, roofs were flat and were commonly used as outdoor living spaces, so the railing prevented people from falling. The command reflects the broader principle that you're responsible for taking reasonable steps to prevent foreseeable harm on your property. Hallelujah. So that we're about that law. All right. And the next law was given to us. Yes. All right. I see my sister wife's law. What I'm looking for is the beginning. So give me 1 second, everybody. All right. My sister's wife's law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22, verse 13 through 21. So we're staying in the same book, Deuteronomy 22, 13 through 21. And it reads, if any man take a wife and go into her and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid, then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hated her. And lo, he hath given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid, yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity, and they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him, and they shall charge him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he hath brought upon an evil name upon a virgin of Israel. And she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones, that she die, because she hath wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house. So shalt thou put evil away from among you. And her explanation is, to me, this law is about truth, being honorable, and the consequences thereof if you're not doing so. Starting with the man accusing his wife of not being a virgin. That is a very serious accusation in our way of life, because we know the Most High has a law of his daughters not playing the harlot. If she is found not guilty and proves her virginity, that husband is to pay a lump sum to the father and can never put her away as his wife. He brought unnecessary shame upon the wife's family and must pay up. And then she continues by saying, but on the flip side, if it's seen that the woman was not a virgin and played the harlot in her father's house, she is to be stoned, not only as a commandment being broken, but she was not truthful when she got married. Now her question, she says, the question is, if she was not a virgin by way of sexual assault, rape, surely the woman wouldn't be held accountable for that treachery and not be stoned, correct? We know there's a law against the RAPE2. There's no against a law. Okay. She said, we know there is a law against the R word as well. She has another part. Oh, okay. And she says, I can only imagine if she wasn't a virgin when she married and the husband didn't know she was assaulted, if that was specifically the case.
According to the law, according to the law, if a woman is sexually assaulted in that manner with the R word, 8, she's supposed to make it be known. She had to cry out. She had to let her voice be heard. If she didn't cry out, if she didn't make it known, if she didn't report the situation to the authorities, then she just as guilty as the one who did it to her. Meaning she's not guilty like she did it, but she's held accountable for not bringing out in the presence of the people that this had happened to her. Then she covered it up by going on and marrying somebody under the pretense of being a virgin. A woman in her chastity is very important in our culture, extremely important. So if she hid it, that's like lying. That's like a capital offense if she hides that situation and then marry somebody under the pretense as if it never happened. And that's why if she did it, the Creator said that she was supposed to be put to death if she did that and she was guilty. If she wasn't a virgin when she married under the pretext that she was a virgin. If a situation happened to her that caused her not to be a virgin any longer, she has to broadcast that and make that known. That's what the Creator means in the law. I believe it's Deuteronomy 22, I think it is, somewhere around the bottom of the chapter, where it speaks about the woman, if she was in the field or if she was in the house. If she was in the house, she got to cry out. If she's in the field, she don't need to cry out. She just make it known later that this situation took place because they were discovered. All right? So that's what it means. That's what it's explaining to us, that that's how it's supposed to be. All right? So that will be it for that.
All right. Total Rabbi for the explanation, Ishi. The next law can be found in the same book, Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 17, same chapter, verse 3 through 5. Please sit down. Please sit down. Sit down. You can sit down. Sit down. All right. And the verse, it reads, what man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or lamb or goat, or that killeth it out of the camp, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation to offer an offering unto the Most High before the tabernacle of the Creator, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He hath shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. Verse 5, to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that may bring them unto the Most High, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priests, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Most High. And so that law was given to us by Enki Ter, and her explanation is, an animal life, like human life, are weighted by the Most High. And if we take a life unjustly or without regard for the laws, we're considered murderers and will be cut off from the Most High and our people. Hallelujah. Toda Rabbah, and all right. Looks like Carlin did come back and give us an explanation of his law that he read. Genesis, I'm gonna go back to that. Genesis chapter 9, verse 4. And it reads, but flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. Stop. And so his explanation is, commands humanity to drain the blood from animals before eating them. The Creator established this rule because the life or soul of the creature is in its blood. This taught reverence for life. All right, Toda Rabbah, Carlin, for bringing that explanation. All right, and that's all for the laws. You're on mute, babe.
But you open. All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone. All right, let's move forward. So, what we have today is we have a conversation that we get ready to get into. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. All right, there you go. Let me close that so we can get busy. Can you guys see that? Is that large enough for everyone? All right. This information, you can find this information online. It's really not hard to look. You just got to push the search button or copy some of the words that I got in here and do the search on it if you're looking. All right. Who discovered America is our conversation. We're trying to find out who discovered America. Now, we're going to take you all step by step into the final understanding of who was here before the Europeans came over here, and who was here even before the Sabians. Now, the Sabians, they say, the Europeans say that Sabians were the people who migrated here during the Ice Age, when the land bridge was an ice bridge. They crossed it and migrated here and discovered America and established America, so they say. There's no history for that. But the earliest recognition that we have of anybody being here in America was our people. Now we're gonna, this this is going to be an extensive. This is going to be an extensive amount of research that we do to verify our position on this. We're going to give a lot of information on this through videos, through documentaries, through books that we read, and some of these passages is going to make mention of some of the great scholars that we have, like Ivan Van Sertima, just other historians who have come up over the years and spoken on some of these things of how Black people were actually the first people here in the Americas that they call America. Amari is one of the tribes of the ancient inhabitants of this land, Amari. And a lot of people believe that America was named after the tribe Amari because of their name, Amari. And they call it America, from the Amari tribe of the indigenous people who lived here centuries before any European stepped foot on the planet. So, evidence supporting the presence of Black individuals. Evidence that Blacks were in America before the whites, Europeans, or Caucasians. So way before Christopher Columbus, as he said, discovered America, what was he really discovering? Because there was already a people here. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting, for he is King. Evidence supporting the presence of Black individuals in the Americas prior to the arrival of Europeans is drawn from several historic and anthropological theories. While mainstream academy continues to debate and scrutinize these claims, several arguments for pre-Columbian African presence exist. One of the first things that they utilized as an example that we were here was this thing they call the Olmec colossal heads. These was, you're going to hear about this later on too. These was big Black giant statues buried in the sand, buried in the dirt, buried in the mud of Black people. Now, the one thing of this one statue that they found, the colossal head, it had a crown on it, but it was like a strap, like a saddle or something, but it was a crown. So let's meet on. The Olmec's head was discovered in Mexico. These massive stones head dated roughly back to 800 BC, way before the Europeans was even thought of. 800 BC, featured broad, flat noses that some researchers, such as Ivan Van Sertima, he argues they depict African travelers. That's exactly what they did. They were Black men. So Ivan Van Sertima, who is one of the historians of our time, he's still alive, somebody you can talk to today and research and commune with. He's very knowledgeable. I remember listening to a lot of his documentaries when I was a young guy in my 20s, coming up in this way of life, early 30s, of Ivan Van Sertima. He has a lot of historical information. He's a very important person to the development of our culture and our people. May the Most High bless him and strengthen him and cause him to bring out more such information. Christopher Columbus himself had a journal. Now, Christopher Columbus, part Jew, part European, well, European and Jew, the same thing. They're European. But Christopher Columbus was Jewish, not Jew, but Jewish. He had some Jewish blood in him. Christopher Columbus wrote this himself, from what they say. Harvard historian Leo Werner documented that Columbus wrote in his journals, now pay attention, that Native Americans in the Caribbean traded with dark-skinned merchants who arrived in boats from the southeast. Now they're trying to say that these Native Americans traded with dark-skinned people. The dark-skinned people were there before the ones that they call Native Americans. Now, those Native Americans that they're speaking of was the people that they said migrated from Siberia long, long time ago. They're trying to do whatever they can do, and I want you to keep this in mind while we're reading this. They're trying to do whatever they can do to keep you from being the original inhabitants of the America, because then they owe you this land. Because they stole this land from you. You talk about reparations, you get a whole lot once they classify and recognize you as the original inhabitants. Where they going, babe? Oh. Once they recognize who you are, they're going to try to keep this information hidden from you for a long time. When the Europeans came over here on slave ships, they were greeted by you. You actually saved their lives. But we're going to let the historian speak today. And Prince ain't just going to give his opinion all the time. He's going to, from the research that I've done, we're going to let the historian speak. We're going to let people who have done way more research than I speak on this matter. And they're all going to come to the same conclusion. But you watch how this journey unfolds. What I would suggest you do is get your notepad, your pens, your paper, your recording devices, and anything else. Go out, like. How many of you like the page today? We got 10 likes on the page today. Yes, and I like the way how you put that, Ima Sukari, his story. His story is a weapon. You're absolutely right. But they don't want you to know that you are the indigenous people to the Americas before any European stepped foot. Those original Indians were you. But like I said, I'm going to let that go. And we're going to deal with that in a minute, okay? But I'm going to present a lot of the evidence that was presented to me that I found. Another portion of evidence that they found is botanical and metallurgical links. Researchers have pointed out the presence of certain African plants, such as the African cotton plant, in the Americas before European contacted the similarity in gold, matulgri, as signs of transatlantic trade. Now, these African plants could not have gotten here any other way except by a ship, because if they'd gotten here on the waters, they would have not have survived that long voyage. And they would have been eaten or they would have been sinking, but they would have been dead when they arrived. But in fact, these plants were thriving in the Americas, and these plants only come from Africa. So let's see what we have next. For detailed scholarly argument on Columbian voyages, you can review the discussion and historical reviews hosted on Reddit Asks Historians. Now you hit that button and Reddit Asks Historian, you put that in your search tube, and they have questions about various subjects, and people are allowed to give their opinion, some expert opinion, some just regular people's opinion. But everybody has an opinion that's posted, and they say what they say for whatever reason they believe, whatever it is their reason. But some of it is backed up by scholarship. But it's just amazing when you go to Reddit and you listen to these people's point of views, how they give the opinion or their opinion of things that are totally false and fabricated, which has been known to be fabricated, but they stand behind it. Like, for example, a lot of them teach that Egypt was ruled by white European people. There wasn't black people in Egypt. There was European people, Caucasian people running Egypt, living in Egypt, being it. The Egyptians was actually Caucasian. But there is no historical proof for that. None, absolutely. But yet people believe it. Because people don't want to believe that a black mind could be that strong and that powerful to build pyramids. But the thing is that they're not paying attention, for most of them, pyramids are all over the world. So that means that black people were all over the world. And that's a fact. You go to America, black people is here. You go to Australia, the indigenous Australians were black people. You go to Ireland, black people. You go to Japan, black people. You go to China, the original Chinese, black people. India, black people. And in India, they still living in India, up in the mountains. They're still there. Matter of fact, in China, they're still there. They just don't expose it to you because they don't want you to know. They want you to think that the light-skinned Chinese is the original Chinese people. And it's not true. It's a lot of research for us to learn, family. A lot of research for us to learn, but we got to go out there and do it. Furthermore, it is documented that the free Africans arrived in the Americas alongside the earliest European explorers. Yes, some of those Africans that came here were free. They came on the ships with Christopher Columbus when he did what he did. Individuals such as Estampinoco and Maurice Guide, who explored the American Southwest, he came over with what is that guy's name? I can't think of his name right now. He was a Mexican, a European. He was a Spanish conquistador, a Spanish conqueror who came over into the Americas. I can't think of his name, but if it comes to me, I'll mention it later. And another brother named John Garrido, a black man who participated in the conquest of Puerto Rico, Mexico, and California, were exploring North American territories. Cortez, he came over with Cortez when Cortez came over to the Americas. And that was before the Europeans even got here. Well before the establishment of Parliament English colonies, you can explore. All right. That's right. The brother said one thing, Danielle says, one thing they definitely kept away from the people in them original maps, is them original maps. And that's correct. They kept them away from the people. The Library of Congress beginnings page for the further information on this exploration. Library of Congress, a lot of information of us is hidden in the Library of Congress. You got to research the Library of Congress. All right, let me pull up the first thing that I had in my notes today. I mean, my notes from when I did my research, and see which ones of them I can bring up that I want to bring up first. I don't want to bring up the 10, and I don't want to bring that up first. Just give me a second, family, please. Just give me 1 second. I had all this information already set out for you, but I did it early in the week, but as I used the internet, a lot of my information got moved around and shuffled around a little bit. So I want to go to the views that I have that I want to share, and I want to read from just to give you a little bit of information about who was here. All right. Now, this is a little bit of research that I did on Africans being depicted by Mesoamerican art. Early, pre-Columbia, pre-European, when they did come, they found artwork of us pre any invasion by any European over here in the Americas and other places. Visual depictions of Africans in Mesoamerica. Art predominantly emerged in two distinct contexts. Pre-Columbian sculptures were historically debated and colonial era indigenous manuscripts, while ancient works with broad features were classified as indigenous representation. Post-conquest indigenous artists explicitly documented Black Africans in the America way before any European got here. You see that? See that picture? Those are our people. Those are our, but see, I want to point out something to you. They don't look like no Africans. Africans have a distinct look. These look like black men because we're not Africans in that sense of the word. I have to clear this up for you because a lot of us don't understand. We are from Africa, but there are different bloodlines in Africa. Israel is in Africa. So yes, we're from Africa, but we're not of the bloodline of Ham. We're not of that bloodline. Hamites look different. Their facial features, their structure, they are just different. Now, a lot of Ham intermingled with our people. This is true. But our people on a whole is different and distinctly different from Africans. You can get an African man sitting right next to a black man, and they look completely different other than the color of their skin. The bone structure and the makeup is different. So just because you're from Africa, don't mean you're African. There's a difference. And I hope I'm making this clear. I have nothing against my African brothers, nothing. But I hope I'm being clear when I say that there is a distinction between the two people. Think about this for a minute, because this is what I want you to understand. If the black man inhabited the planet, because the whole planet belonged to us, and if each one of us lived in different places throughout the planet, and we lived there for eons before any European was even ever introduced to the planet, why do they think that for we all have to be that one same structure as an African? When we lived in different planets of the earth, different places on the earth, what causes us to have different features that are different than each other. For example, the Chinese people came from an original black man and a black woman, a black colony that migrated from parts of Africa to China. And after being there for so long and having children and having children and having children, those two parents' facial features gravitated into the children. And that's why you see a lot of black people with slanty eyes, chinky eyes, like that, chinky eyes. Well, if you keep mingling that bloodline with chinky eyes, that's exactly what you're going to get many generations away from there. Chinky-eyed race of people. Nappy hair, they call it nappy, it's kingly actually. Kingly hair, race of people with slanty eyes, olive skin, dark skin. Now, if you start mingling other people in there, you're going to get a different race of people. They're going to begin to look different, but it's going to take years, many eons of years, before that race becomes a different breed of people. It's going to take a long time, but the original people or the original inhabitants were still a black man and a black woman who came from Africa, different parts of Africa. All right. So let's keep on moving on now. We're talking about the America, the pre-Columbian almanac head debate. The most famous example cited on the colossal stone, the head of almanac civilization, found in Veracruz and Tabasco, Mexico. It weighs up to 50 tons. These monuments features thick lips, broad nose, headgear that some observers have extraordinarily interpreted as an African or Nubian. Scholarly censuses. Now this is look at that time frame. 1,200 to 400 BC, before the Christian era, before the Common Era. 1,200. That's the time of Moshe. That's around the time of our Exodus. That's what all that is taking place. They're saying that that's how old that stone was. This is deep, family. We got to pay attention to this. And it weighed up to 50 tons. So how do they build it? The same way we built the Sphinx, the pyramids, and all those other things. The same way they were built, the same way this was built. Out of granite, the stone. Scholarly census. Anthropologists and historians largely agree that these statues depict indigenous Mesoamericans. The physical attribute observed on the colossal heads fall within the natural phenotype variation of indigenous populations native to the Gulf coast of Mexico. Now, if you go into Mexico, I don't know about a lot of you, but I've watched a lot of information, did a little research on it. The original Mexicans were what? Black people. They were us. They're dark as us. There are still in Mexico today colonies of our original people who has, as far as their history go back, they have always been in Mexico, and they're darker than me. They're darker than me, and it ain't going to change because they're always going to be there. Genetics and archaeological evidence refutes theories of pre-Columbian transoceanic contact from Africa. Colonial indigenous manuscripts. Following the Spanish arrival in the 16th century, enslaved and free Africans was brought to Mexico, leading to their inclusion in art. And that's not true. They were already there. The Codex Tellurium Reminiscences, circa 16th century, created by indigenous artists. Hold 1 second, please. A lot of us don't know that we were here in America way before the slave trade took place. A lot of us don't know that information. And that's why we're taking the time to have this conversation today, because this is something that you must know, especially if you have any aspirations of being a teacher one day. You must be able to adequately break down your history. But watch how we, from the beginning to the end, how we break it down and end it up. All right, what's this? What are you saying, brother? All right, correct. We set up stations or schools or what they now call lodges all over the planet. The land or planet is not now, it looks in, is not how it looked in ancient times. And even the maps will verify what he's saying is correct. All right. The Codex Telluriano Reminiscences, circa 16th century, so that's really like 1500, created by indigenous artists and scribes. This manuscript features what is likely the first visual rendering of Africans of America in the Americas. It depicts a dark-skinned figure with curly hair hanging by a noose from a wooden scaffold. This is what they calling this is where they coming from when they talked about this scholarly census, saying about the evidence. Evidence features theories of pre-Columbian transatlantic slave trade. All right. The image documented a real-life slave uprising and rebellion in 1537. Now, when I read that, 1537, after Christopher Columbus so-called discovered America. So what they're talking about is what took place afterwards relating to those men who came over here with Christopher Columbus and not yet the Spaniards. Led by an African king and his indigenous allies. Now they get into the fact when they say his indigenous allies, this African king and his indigenous allies, meaning that they were there prior to 1537. Because indigenous scribes had their own ancient aesthetics traditions, the colored blacks held positive connotations. The positive connotations in Mesoamerica world's view. These colonial illustrations provide a unique lens into how indigenous populations viewed the new multicultural dynamic of the Spanish colonial period before widespread European anti-blackness took hold. What are they talking about with the widespread European anti-blackness? What the Europeans began to do was try to take claims and hold on to everything that was great and powerful. They tried to, anything that was like the pyramids, they tried to say that those was the original original of their people because they were so big and colossal, and it was very impossible to duplicate. So they took hold on that and tried to make it was them. Everything that black people had conquered, it was whitewashed and made out as if the Europeans had actually did it, when in fact it was our ancestors that did it. That's what they're talking about. It was our ancestors that actually did these things. All right, so let's go to the next one. Images of African art and codex. What I want to bring up, I'm going to move this to the side for a minute, and I want to play the video with the man that did their research and found out for us a lot of this information. Let me pull this page up, please. Let me share the screen. European people. He's just being honest. You know, he's just being honest. He's telling it the way he understood it to be. Europeans. They came before Columbus correct about Africans reaching the Americas. Y'all see that portion, right? All right. This was a question that kept constantly coming across this sister's page. People kept saying it to her, introducing it to her. So she had to go out and do a little research. So she read the book, They Came Before Columbus. And she questioned whether this was true. She says, my sister gave an interesting book with that title, and I read it. Its premise is that Africans were in the New World, the Americas, before Europeans. Now, because they did so much whitewashing, they try to make you think that this is not true. That's why they got the Indians looking so light-skinned, because anything dark-skinned couldn't possibly have done the great, like the Mayan temples and the pyramids that are here. They couldn't possibly have done that. Only thing great is because the Europeans had a piece in it. That's the whitewashing that they did. She says specifically West Africa, like the Malian king who sailed west with the giant fleet, and an Egyptian ship with Phoenicians earlier. Now, Phoenicians were merchantmen, men of the ships. They traveled all around the world. They would go get silk and different things from China and bring it back to our people. The Phoenicians was responsible for things like the color purple. They would go into the ocean before the color purple became a part of the taxi. Phoenicians would go into the oceans, take out what they call the Mariatic shellfish, and they would extract the purple dye from the shellfish and sell it, and they would sell it to royalty because it was so expensive. They would sell it to royalty, and they would take it and have a monopoly on it because nobody could get it but them, because they was out on the oceans. All right. Somebody put up Abu Bakr II. Why are you putting up Abu Bakr II? Tell me about that. Abu Bakr, for many of you who don't know, is a Islamic Khalifa, supposedly a Khalifa, or follower of the one that they call Prophet Muhammad, Abu Bakr. So Kingdom Burnell, share with us why you're putting that up. It's a very probably have something to do with what we're doing, but I don't know. Let us know. So this sister is reading this book that her sister gave her that talks about the Americas was here before the Europeans, and she doesn't understand how that's possible. The reason why she doesn't understand how it's possible is because the whitewashing that they did was very successful. But what we're learning is that the truth is being exposed, and the whitewashing that they did is being covered up. I mean, exposed for their lies. Some of the evidence were ocean currents making it easy to go from West Africa to the North World, to the New World. Their ships being seaworthy enough for the voyages account of Africans being found in the New World by the first Europeans, Americas being depicted by Mesoamerican art. The total package was compelling, but I'm still skeptical. My main issue is that I have to think Africans would have brought the same apocalyptic diseases Europeans brought. Yet they obviously no record of that. That's exactly right. What she's saying is when the Europeans came over here, they brought diseases. Okay, now you sharing something with me. I didn't know that. It says he sailed to the Americas. Abu Bakr II. Oh, Abu Bakr II. The second. I didn't know about the second. He sailed to the Americas from the Ghana Empire. Okay. Okay. All right. I didn't know that. It was the Mali West African way before Abu. Okay. The total package was compelling, but I'm still skeptical. My main issue is that I have to think that Africans would have brought the same apocalyptic disease brought by Europeans. Now, I'm not trying to make fun of anybody, but the Europeans brought a disease because they didn't take a bath. They didn't wash. The Europeans would bathe like once a year just to keep the smell down. You know, to keep the smell down, they would walk around with a bouquet of flowers to try to mask the smell that was issuing from their underarms and their body odor. That's what the bouquet came with. When the girls was getting married, they had a bouquet of flowers. It was to try to mask the smell. They had flowers in their hair to try to mask the smell. They were some dirty people. In 7-Eleven, when the Moors went into Europe, they had to teach the Europeans to take a bath. That's how far behind they were. They had set up schools, which was known as colleges and institutions. The Moors did that. Now, the Europeans was dying from the Black Plague because of a simple washing, bathing, cleansing themselves. They didn't do that too often. I'm not coming down on my people, I'm not coming down on those European people. It is what it is, but this is a fact. I'm not hating on nobody. I'm sharing history as history has been shared with me. So you go do the research and prove me wrong. But that's a fact. That's why when the Africans came over or the black people came over, they didn't bring a plague or disease because we were clean people. All right? Yeah, they used to have sex with sheep and animals, and they would die and they'd stay in the same room with the dead. If their mother died upstairs, father died in their house, or their kids died in their house, they didn't go out and bury them. They would leave the dead bodies in the house. And they will go about their business, come home, go out, come home, cook, eat, and everything right with the dead bodies in the house. So these European people were some nasty, dirty, trifling people. And when they came to and they still that way, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them. You watch YouTube videos of these little white girls and white boys talking about how often they bathe, once a year, once a month. You know, they wash themselves and they don't use wash rags. They just get in the shower and washed and water run and they clean. And I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm only stating the facts of what they have produced. So if they ban this video, it ain't because of me lying or saying anything that wasn't true. It's a fact. They make these videos themselves. So these are facts. So this young lady is questioning why when the African people or the black people came over, how come the people didn't die of these diseases, apocalyptic diseases, like when the Europeans came? So I just gave you some of the reasons why that did not happen. In Africa, we knew to bathe constantly. We knew cleanliness constantly. We understood the principles of hygiene. We didn't have those issues, but the Europeans did. And when the Europeans came over, they brought those diseases with them because they were infected. All right, let's read on. The total package The total package was compelling. Okay, I didn't move up enough. All right, yet there obviously no record of that, and some of the evidence seems a bit loose. Those statues look like Africans, yeah, it's true. Other evidence seemed very legit, but I couldn't verify it. Can anyone confirm or deny his claims? It was helpful if you're familiar with the book, and nor just the general theory behind Africa pre-Columbian contact in the New World. All right, let me move on, because I have some video that I want to share with the family, but where is it? This was the page for my video, I'm sure. Let me move it for a second, please. Did I go too far down? I think I lost my page. Let me go back and see what I did wrong. All right.
We're X Energy, a
All right. Okay, you can see it. Okay, good. This is
owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
All right, Annetta, lock the doors, because what I'm about to say is going to upset some people right next here. Okay. Christopher Columbus did not discover America.
You see how upset the Europeans got when he told the truth? But the precursor was that he knew this would upset some of them. But he told the truth. Christopher Columbus did not discover America. So who did? Let's read on, let's see. Well, let's watch on, and let's see what happens.
Science. Yeah, I mean, never mind the question of like how you can discover a place where the inhabitants are watching you arrive from the shore. Yeah, they weren't wearing pants. Is that what somebody said? I like that. So anyway, there were actually many other mariners before Columbus that discovered America as well. Decades earlier, even eons earlier, there were so many people that were coming across these islands and this continent. But it's only been in the last century that evidence has surfaced and continually grown to indicate that many of these pre-Columbian explorers might have come from Africa. So the first scientist to promote this possibility was Leo Wiener. Born in Russia, Wiener immigrated to the United States in the late 19th century on his way to British Honduras, where he planned to open a vegetarian commune. Well, when that turned out not to be the dream job he expected, he moved back to the United States and he became a professor at Harvard University, as one does. But in his time in Mesoamerica, he started noticing things. There are lots of things that led him to encounter certain discoveries that made him consider that possibly if the origins of American civilization might actually be in Africa. So he observed so many linguistic and botanical and other similarities that between 1920 and 1922, he published an extensive 3-volume piece.
I want you to notice how all the stuff that I read and all the stuff that you're hearing are all congruently working together to substantiate that your forefathers was here way before European ever even thought about this place. Watch this.
Called Africa and the Discovery of America. Now, unfortunately, this is the 1920s, so as yet, no serious archaeological evidence had been done to, or work had been done to support his botanical theories, because everyone knows over raiding tombs in Egypt and things like that. Nod to Howard Carter. So he didn't have a whole lot of other stuff than the names to support him. However, he knew that other clues must exist. For example, he pointed out that Columbus himself was aware that African mariners had preceded him. In his diary of his second voyage, Columbus tells of how the natives of Hispaniola actually had given him gold-tipped metal spearheads that they said were brought by black-skinned people who had come in large boats from the south and southeast. Coincidence? I think not. No. So what's interesting about that, so upon returning to Spain, is that he actually took the spearheads and he sent them away and they had them assayed, and it turned out to be that these spearheads were covered in this metal this alloy that the inhabitants called guanin, and the metallurgists actually found out that this was an alloy of 32 parts. It was like 18 of gold, 6 of silver, 8 of copper, which matched the metal used in spearheads made in Western Africa for thousands of years, as carried by medieval African warriors, including the Mali and the Moors. The West Africans even called this metal guanine, the same name used by the natives of Hispaniola. But nothing more was said about that. Conspiracy. Well, probably because, in the interest of Spain, it was in their best interest that they didn't want to have any challenges to their discovery and the claims of the islands of the West Indies. Well, as the poem goes, or it should anyway, in 1493, Columbus stole all he could see. Yeah, so on his second voyage, which was 10 times larger than the first,
Yeah, what he said in 1493, Columbus stole all that you can see. That land right there, Columbus stole it from the indigenous people.
Went on a frantic but unsuccessful island hopping trip to find gold and spices. He carried along several natives from his newly discovered San Salvador, which the inhabitants called Guanahanvi. Another island that the natives pointed out was really large and was called Soameto. Soameto. Now, Columbus continued going around whimsically renaming every island he could find, but Leo Wiener, being the curious person and the linguist that he was, and the etymologist, he couldn't help noticing that the origin of these many place names and botanical names in Mesoamerica actually sounded distinctly like other languages in Africa, particularly Bantu and even Arabic. Wiener and numerous other botanists have also puzzled over the presence of certain plants that predated Columbus but originated in Africa. For example, the calabash bottle gourds. Now, this is a species originally from West Africa, where they were well cultivated in America before Europeans arrived, even long before they existed in Indonesia or Polynesia. So, in fact, the Pacific was the last place that bottle gourds actually reached and expanded to.
If you're a Christian thinking about starting a business, don't. Starting a business is a terrible idea. 95.
Pardon my covfefe. Well, if it were not for transatlantic trade pre-Columbian times, it would be very difficult to explain how certain plants, such as the yam, the sweet potato, domesticated cotton, peanuts, and tobacco, reached both West Africa and the Americas. The spread of the plantain is particularly noteworthy because it could not remain viable if it was carried in salt water. Well, in the 1640s, a Brazilian botanist named George Margrave, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Speaking of botany, Ricola. Yeah, there we go. So thank you very much. So the Brazilian botanist George Margrave wrote that the establishment of a particular varieties of plantains in this region stands as a strong argument for ancient maritime contact between the Americas and Africa. That's bananas. B-A-B-A-N-A-S. That's right. Thank you.
You see what I mean about demasculizing males, making them worse, making them feminine, effeminate. He's a perfect example of it. Let's move on.
All right. Excuse me. All right. Yeah. Okay. So how do these plants and languages, and that's going to be good for the video. All right, fix and pose. All right, use the cough drop. Okay, so how do these plants and languages and other cultural elements get to the Americas? Well, some believe, so what's it? Well, you're cheating. Well, some people believe that, over thousands of years, Africans migrated out of Africa and then over the Bering Strait, then down into South America and things like that. Well, another explanation exists, and so get ready. There you go, let it out of your system. Awesome. Africans had ships. In fact, they had unbelievable. They had a shipload of vessels, and they had away. The anchors way. So in fact, they had 4 kinds of vessels. And Nubian pottery, this is an example of Nubian pottery with a painting on it that shows a long-hold pottery art. That shows either a long-hold boat or a papyrus raft or a hulled-out canoe. And then this other painting beside it is from, the first one was from 3000 BC, and this is a bird's eye view of an oared riverboat East Africa. In Chad. And it dates from 3500 BCE. Now, the Africans of Guinea also had dugout canoes hewn from these monumental trees on the coast there. In 1500, just a few years after Columbus's voyage, the Portuguese captain Pacheco Pereira wrote, "In this country can be found the largest canoes made of a single trunk. Some are so large that they hold 80 men." Now, the West Africans were known to lash 2 dugout canoes together, side by side, and no one questions the seaworthiness of a similar type of Polynesian catamarans. Well, here's a 15th century Portuguese painting of sailing canoes on the Congo estuary. The Portuguese, like Captain Pereira, had heard that African traders were visiting Brazil in the 1400s. So to demonstrate that mariners from West Africa could have sailed to the Americas using papyrus vessels as early as 2000 BCE, and Norwegian adventurer Tor Heyerdahl actually used ancient shipbuilding techniques in order to construct and sail the Ra 1 and the Ra 2 in 1969 and 70. And generally, some type of sailing vessel will average about 100 miles per day, even without sails. And in an ocean current, something like a raft or a reed boat can average about 60 miles a day. Now, Islamic historian Amir Hajib reported that voyages west from Mali were happening in the year 1311, just 150 years before Columbus. Now, when he asked the Mali emperor, shown here incidentally, holding a globe of the world made of solid gold, asked him, well, tell me about this rumor about Atlantic travel. And he said that his predecessor had commissioned an expedition with 200 ships filled with men and a similar number with gold and water and enough provisions for 2 years. And he said, go out and find something. And if you don't come back till you find something or you run out of food. And unfortunately, only one ship returned, and the captain told the emperor that we sailed for a very long time until we met with what seemed like a river with a strong current flowing in the open sea. I was the last ship, and I turned where I was and did not enter the current. The others disappeared. I do not know what became of them. So, well, this story seems to describe the trade wind-driven equatorial current, or the Canary Current. Now, I apologize if anyone has any cats on their lap at the moment, but
The Sermon on the Mount is the longest continuous discourse attributed to Christ in the Gospels, and it's.
We basically have two rivers, two circular rivers in the ocean here, and you can see it's very easy for Africans from the south and the Angola regions to come up towards the equator, going westwards, or from the western coast of Africa, north of the equator, to go eastwards along that same current. But you know, this Mercator projection.
Now, west and east are the opposites of each other. So you come from Africa into America, and from America into Africa, and the winds would carry you. The current would take you. Sometimes they even did it without sails. Sometimes they just had the boats and let the current of the water take them down and the current of the water bring them back without sails many times.
Really, in terms of cartography, boom Mercator, it really doesn't do it justice. So let me just, I did this little animation for you to show that they could have taken the Canary Current up and around, and then they go over they fall off the edge of the earth, and then they come back and they make landfall back again in Cape Verde. So it is definitely possible. So I definitely had to do that. Now, at least a dozen explorers, including Constantine Ravenous, reported seeing blacks upon reaching the New World. In fact, in 1513, Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa, we might know because people named a very popular dance after him. Anyway, so when Balboa was there, he said he met members of a tribe of Ethiopians in Panama. And according to Balboa's log, these men came from a totally black village that was 2 days' journey away. And he figured that these blacks had come from Ethiopia at a much earlier date. So there are also examples of physical evidence, including pre-Columbian African skeletons, which have been found throughout the Americas. Now, dating between 800 BCE and 300 CE, these murals are from the Temple of the Warriors at Chichen Itza. Now, they clearly feature, the color version is easier to see, but they clearly feature 3 races. And it's depicting Black and Indian allies and a battle against white invaders. Now, because of their long blonde hair jewelry, a skin-hulled boat that we have here, right there, and also the fact that they're fighting naked, which was common for warriors from Ireland, they believe that these are Celtic warriors. And because this mural shows that blacks are clearly fighting on the side of the Mayans, that they must have been integrated into that society much longer before this painting was done in order to form that form of alliance. Now, there are numerous pre-Columbian figurines with striking similarities to ancient African artwork, and they've been found in Central and South America. In southeastern Mexico, there are 18 rock statues of heads up to 11 feet tall that are facing the ocean, looking east. Now, archaeologists call them the Olmec colossal heads after the people that carved them, and they were produced for 50 to 200 years and date from at least 900 BCE when they were mysteriously buried for some reason. So now think about it. It took enormous effort to quarry these. The smallest one was 6 tons, so 6 to 50 ton blocks, to quarry them and carry them 75 miles away from the quarry, and then carve them and then erect them. These people that they modeled them after must have been important. Whoever they were, they must have been important to be remembered or obeyed or worshipped. Well, Jose Meglia Serrano, the archaeologist who first uncovered them, he pointed out that facial features look amazingly like African blacks, and they all display distinctive headgear or protective helmets. Now, however, some people think that these are actually the facial figures of overweight babies. Yeah, I think they needed to wear helmets when they were babies if they think that. So, yeah. And then still others find it easier to believe that instead of Africans, those depicted or responsible for these sculptures, and as well as the Mesoamerican pyramids, were not African Americans, but dun dun dun. So why is it that so many people have never heard of this alternative of American discovery by the continent's nearest neighbors? So, I mean, look, now the thing, exactly, whoa, where'd all the continents go? So this is, look at how close this is. I mean, white people don't think that you could go this is closer compared to more than twice the distance that Columbus sailed. This will win a drink for you in a bar game sometime. Which state is closest to Africa? Maine. Yeah, look, see there, you got to need a globe for this. Look at that, versus yeah, geometry, science. There you go. Yes. So anyway, and so very few Americans know this. And why is this? So having examined textbooks throughout for years up until 2018, James W. Lowen says that although some books cite the alternative possibility that Vikings, Norse, or even Irish may have reached America first, not one textbook, old or new, mentions the West Africans. So whether or not you give any credence to this admittedly controversial Afrocentric theory, it's obvious that Columbus was not the first to discover America, but the last. So why did he make such an indelible mark on Western people's minds? Well, conquest may have a lot to do with it. Right, Eurocentrism. Unlike the mundanity of perhaps thousands of years of peaceful African transatlantic trade, the quest for gold and world domination makes a much better story. And the good Queen Isabella was so proud of her fella that she immediately equipped Columbus with 17 ships, 1,500 men, 200 cannons, crossbows, cavalry, and even 20 attack dogs for a second voyage. And another, and another. The story of Columbus remains the most widely accepted version of American discovery, most likely because it was the most recent, the most well-armed, the most documented, and the most similar in appearance to the authors of American textbooks.
A lot of customers ask, can a water softener remove iron? Yes, it can, low levels from, say, 0.
He touching on some important stuff that the Europeans had control. So they put it in the textbooks, they taught the textbooks in they taught the words of the textbooks to the children in the schools. The children grew up reiterating these things, so forth and so on, and people actually believed that these things was true. And it was the furthest from the truth.
And one other thing that should be pointed out here is that in the years after Columbus discovered America, in 400 years, 20 million Africans were stripped from the coast of Africa, half of them dying in transit for slavery, who knows how many fleeing inland. And at the same time, within 5 years of Columbus's arrival in the New World, 90% of the indigenous population had died from disease or murder. Did
you hear that? Within 5 years of Columbus so-called discovering America, 90% of the indigenous people died from disease or murder. These white people are vicious. Everywhere they go on the face of the earth, they decimate it. They decimate it. It's horrible. We were the indigenous people here in these Americas. But if you let them tell it, they were the indigenous people. That's why they control and rule things right now.
So the fact is that leaves few people to have a written or memory or an oral history of the seafaring of their African discoverers. Historian Samuel D. Marble wrote, as a subject for research, the possibility of African discovery of America has never been a tempting one for American historians. We choose our own history, or more accurately, we select those vistas of history that more or less kind of explain to have the promise of the greatest satisfaction for ourselves.
You see that? They choose their own history based on what's going to have the most satisfaction for themselves and their own agenda. It has nothing to do with the reality and the facts behind it. It's all about what they choose to put into circulation for people to learn and understand. Same thing with Christianity.
And we have had little appetite to explore the possibility that our founding father was a black man. So
they don't believe, according to their history, there's no way that a founding father of the Americas could have been a black man. So they rewrote the history, wrote it the way that they wanted it to be, and left out those things, those truths, those facts. And they have us today thinking that all of our ancestors came over here on those slave ships. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. All of our ancestors did not come over here on slave ships. Now, a lot of us came on slave ships, but the majority of us was already here.
there is considerable evidence to suggest that African mariners also participated in this great adventure, no less than Vikings, the Portuguese, Spaniards, Celts, Chinese, Polynesians, and Arabs, and others. So now I would like to raise a toast to all the discoverers of America before Columbus, wherever you may came from. May more of it.
This is a history part that talks about where the Native Americans come from. And this is the part I think where they talk about they came over a land bridge and that they really come from, but I want to read it so that you'll get the full fact of it. They're doing everything in their power to try to cover up the fact that we were the people, the original people of the Americas. They're doing everything in their power. Now, there's reasons why they're doing all this. And I'm going to share those reasons with you in a minute. The origins of Native Americans have long piqued the curiosity of historians, anthropologists, and archaeologists. While oral histories of various tribes provide rich cultural narrative, the scientific community has sought to understand their beginnings through a combination of archaeological, genetics, and linguistics. This comprehensive analysis delves into the current understanding of Native American origin, from high-level theories to niche subtopics and rarely known small details. The Bering Land Bridge theory. The most widely accepted theory posits that the ancestors of Native Americans migrated from Siberia to North America by the Bering Land Bridge, also known as Beringia. The landmass connected modern-day Russia and Alaska during the last ice age between 20,000 to 15,000 years ago, all fabricated. This is their opinion, and this is what they say, this is what they teach. And if they teach this to enough of us, we will actually be growing up believing in these things. We would actually be growing up believing in them. All right? All right, we did this. All right, we did that one. We did that one. All right, here we are. Does this prove that Hebrew tribes reached America? So now, what I was trying to get at is that those black people that came over here wasn't just black Africans who run around in the jungle hunting lions and bears and pigs. That wasn't what this is. This was a skilled, trained nationality of people. And a lot of the history that they dug up point to the fact that these people were our people, Hebrew Israelites. Hebrew people, from the language, the dialect, the customs. So we're going to verify this. I didn't just bring you all the way down here just to tell you that black people discovered America and not tell you that your people were those people. Now let me share this with you right. Let me get this to you. Let me share this to you. You could go pull that up for me, bro, and text it to me, and I'll read it. Let me share this with you. The indigenous people to these Americas was us, and they were Hebrews. The majority of them, first people that entered into this Americas that we know of, before Hebrew people became a nationalistic people, before we became a people, we came out of our forefathers, and I got to get this for you so that I can read it to you. We came out of our forefathers, and we had a history that a lot of people don't know about our history. So I'm going to share a little bit about our history before I get into that to answer some of the questions. When did the Hebrew people come over here? And I'm going to share it with you. There we go. Let's go to the book of Genesis, the 10th chapter. So Genesis chapter 10, we're going to start at verse 21. And Sister Ornette, you was exactly correct. I don't know where you got it from. I don't know if you got it from the classes in the past. It don't even matter to me where you got it from, but you are exactly correct when you mentioned these people coming over here on the land before the earth was divided. Let's read it. You ready? Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japhet the elder, even to him was born children born. Now Shem, out of Shem came the children of the Hebrews. Eber, Ibri. Eber is this word right here, Eber. Let me get it to you. You highlight that. Y'all see that word, Eber? Eber is the root word for Hebrew. Let me see if they acknowledge that. Let me see what they say. Let me see what they say. Let me see what they go with Eber, how they pronounce Eber, how they deal with Eber. Probably same as Ibri. Eber or Heber, the region beyond. Okay, Eber is the root word for Ibri, Hebrew. All right, here we go. Perhaps eponymy of Hebrews form inferred from Ibri. Comparison reference, sons of Shelah. Okay, so Eber was the progenitor of the Hebrew nation. If you follow this history, you'll see where Abraham came out of the Hebrew people. This history leads all the way down to Abraham. But let me read on. Let me share this information with you all. See, this is what you call scholarship. This is what you call a moray, who teaches, who research, who study, who learn. You got to be able to travel in all these different houses before you stand before the Most High's people. Then you got to be able to connect the dots and tie them together and present them to the family. So here we go. The children of Shem, Elam and Asher and Arphaxad and Lud and Aram. The children of Aram, Uz and Hul and Geth and Mash. And Arphaxad begot Selah, and Selah begat Eber. And unto Eber was born, Eber is the word for Hebrew. And unto Eber was born two sons. Now watch this. Unto Eber, the Hebrew, there were born two sons. The name of the one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided. And his brother's name was Joktan. Now most of us would read that and just keep on reading and pay no attention to what was just said. In the days of Peleg was when the earth was divided. So if these people was already on the planet, somewhere on the planet, and then the earth separated, they didn't need no ship to get to where they were going. You follow me? They already lived there. So the indigenous people were black people, people of color, not somebody from Siberia, as they would like for you to believe. But it was our people, Hebrew people. And let's read on. Everybody ain't going to want to admit that. That's okay. They ain't got to. It ain't for them. It's for us. We have to know who we are as a people, not them. They don't need to know. We must know. So in the days of Eber, Peleg is when the earth was divided. And they're talking about our people inhabiting this region of the planet. Read on, please. Watch. And not only that, but if you do further research, you'll also see that later on through history, the tribe called Dan of the Hebrew nation were sea merchantmen. The tribe of Dan got in ships and traveled all around the world. You ever heard of that story about the city of Troy? The Peloponnesian War, the city of Troy. You ever heard about that? The city of Troy, where they created that statue, the horse, and they took the horse and all the soldiers got inside the horse and they left the horse at the gate like it was a gift. And the people came out from Troy and brought the horse into their city. And then at night when they went to sleep, the soldiers came out the statue and killed all the inhabitants. Troy was the tribe of Dan. It was our people that they made all this stuff up about, but they whitewashed it and put European people in there. Troy was the tribe of Dan. Research it. All this information makes itself known to us if we will but do the research. We got to do the research. Now let's watch this one. Oh, don't tell me this. They don't want us to watch this. Oh, you got to be kidding. Oh, how can I go back? Can I go back? Does this prove? Let me see if I can watch it this way.
You can try my team completely for free for 7 days. And if you don't like them, you literally don't pay anything. We are the...
Look at the title. Does this prove that the Hebrew tribes reached America 1,000 years before Columbus? A minimum of 1,000 years. The relics that they found was over 1,000 years old. Let's see what they're talking about. Yerushalayim. Now, I want to inform you that these people are talking about Jewish people. They got in their mind that these Jewish people are white. They don't even have the inclination at this particular time that the real Hebrews are black people. They're using the term Jewish or Jew in relevance to Europeans, thinking that they're talking about European people. They don't even know that they're talking about us. Watch this.
The history that we were all taught growing up is wrong. My name is Scott Wolter, and I'm a forensic geologist. There's a hidden history that nobody knows about. There are pyramids, chambers, tombs, inscriptions. They're all over the world. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites, and we're going to get to the truth. Sometimes history isn't what we've been told. As a forensic geologist, I rely on the study of rocks to learn more about our own history. And throughout my career, there have been several artifacts that I constantly return to. One of them is called the Bat Creek Stone. Though small in size, it's considered one of archaeology's biggest mysteries. I first learned about it during an unrelated investigation back in 2008. I was examining some cave inscriptions with a woman named Leslie Kalin when she told me about the stone and how it's inscribed with strange writing. I was immediately intrigued and had to know more. The Bat Creek Stone was discovered back in 1889 in a Native American burial mound in Loudoun County, Tennessee, along with jewelry and 9 human skeletons. The writing on the stone was first thought to be a form of Cherokee script. Later, it was determined to be an ancient form of Hebrew. Why would a stone with Hebrew writing be buried in a Native American mound? After years of research...
Well, that's simple. Because the Native Americans was Hebrews. That's simple.
possible connection began to emerge. Could the stone be an ancient Hebrew land claim, possibly from the lost tribes of Israel? The lost tribes of Israel are 10 tribes that disappeared from the Holy Land in 722 BC after the Assyrians waged a bloody battle against them. To this day, no one knows if they died, escaped, or assimilated into the population. Some believe they traveled to America to build a new Jerusalem. The Smithsonian officially owns the Back Creek Stone, but it's housed at the McClung Museum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Leslie's father, a Cherokee elder, helped me get permission to study the stone, which I examined in 2010. Now, I'm returning to Tennessee to examine it using state-of-the-art technology. I hope looking at it with a 3D microscope will help determine if the stone is an ancient relic of the lost tribes of Israel or something else. Before my re-examination, I'm meeting with Leslie Kalin again to see what she knows about this mysterious artifact and any connections between the lost tribes of Israel and the Native American site where the stone was found. So aside from the inscription, is there any evidence of an early Hebrew connection with people or places in Tennessee?
I think that some of my people believe that we might be descendants from the lost tribe. My grandfather told me that he felt that we had a Jewish connection, maybe even possibly be part of the lost tribe of Israel.
They still think we talking about a Caucasian race. She talking about we part of it.
There is a group called the Central Band of Cherokees. They believe that they are direct descendants of the lost tribe of Israel.
Did you hear what she said? The Cherokees, the Central Band of Cherokees, believe that they are direct descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. It's getting to something, family, but it's getting to something that a lot of us, our people today in these Americas, don't know, don't understand, because the history books have been fabricated. They ain't telling true history. They not telling history for what it actually was. They're telling their version to promote their position. Even when they talk about the Jewish people in this documentary, they're promoting their position. They think they are. But to the people who understands who the real Hebrews were, we understand. They just said that the Cherokees, their history go back and say that they were the people of the book, the Israelites. Watch this and read. Listen. If this author knew that the real Israelites were black people, he wouldn't be doing this. At least I believe that. I don't know for a fact. But the way that he promotes Jewry, Jewishism, and all that type of stuff to European people, that's why I make that claim right there.
On my way to the McClung Museum, I can't stop thinking about what Leslie said. As a scientist, I focus on facts, but in this case, I can't ignore the oral tradition. If some Cherokee people believe they're connected to the lost tribes of Israel, maybe there's something to it.
Here it is.
All right.
Fresh off the exhibit for you.
I'm really excited to look at the Bat Creek stone with the new technology, this Kean's 3D microscope, that's going to hopefully help answer the question, is it authentic or not?
And that's part of why you're studying it. There is some controversy about the stone.
Can you give me just a brief synopsis as you understand the history of the Bat Creek stone?
Yeah, I mean, it has a very interesting history. It was part of the Smithsonian's Bureau of Ethnology's mound survey that Cyrus Thomas was leading to try to understand what they call at the time the mystery of the mound builders, of who actually built these things. And one of those excavation was done in Loudoun County, Tennessee, at the intersection of Bat Creek with the Little Tennessee River. And they excavated a couple of mounds there, and one of them was a burial mound where they actually found the Bat Creek stone.
A scientist named Cyrus Thomas was in charge of the mound survey. Initially, he thought the mounds were the work of some advanced race which no longer existed. Eventually, he went on record with his belief that the Cherokee people were somehow connected to the prehistoric mound builders.
Never do these 3 things after a car accident if you want to potentially receive any money at all. Number 1.
Some critics believe John Emmert, the field archaeologist working on the project who found the Bat Creek stone, may have planted the artifact to get in good with his boss.
He was actually at one point fired from the Smithsonian and was rehired, and this was one of his first projects after being rehired. Did that actually influence him and what he did or didn't do? And that we'll never know. Beyond Bat Creek stone, there are other stone tablets and other things that clearly were hoaxes. You have found fakes.
Oh yeah.
There are things out there.
I have found fakes, but I have also found things like the Kensington runestone is absolutely genuine. The Bat Creek stone is one of the classic examples of bad science run amok. Everybody's got an opinion, and you know what they're worth in many cases. The rocks don't have bad days. They don't care. They just are. So we go back to the science. And I always say, I let the rocks talk.
Now I could have prepared a document off of this, but I thought it best that I let you hear it out of their own words. That's why we're playing the videos.
The Bat Creek stone was found in a Native American burial mound in the 1880s. Some people think it's a hoax. They suspect the guy who found the stone faked its inscription to get in good with his boss at the Smithsonian. I'm not buying that. I think the stone may prove Jewish people made it to America before Columbus. This artifact could even be connected to the lost tribes of Israel. They're famous for vanishing without a trace in 722 BC. Some Cherokee people in Tennessee think they have a connection to the lost tribes. I've studied the Bat Creek stone once, but now I'm back in Tennessee to examine it with the latest technology. If I can figure out how old the carvings are on the stone using 3D analysis, it would go a long way towards solving the lost tribes mystery. I want to show you something here that I think is pretty important. This is the very first picture taken of the Bat Creek stone, 1894. If you look in this area right here, there are no scratches. But in this 1971 photograph, you can see there are 2 scratches. Clearly they were added after the stone was found. Do you have any thoughts on why that might have happened or how that may have happened?
Well, I mean, there's 2 things that could happen. Could have been accidentally scratched in some form or fashion, or it could be somebody trying to do some sort of early testing before 3D imaging to see what it's made of and how easy it is to scratch and things like that. We will do some test scratches like that sometimes.
What's important about this is these serve as excellent control samples for me to compare with the original inscription to see if they're the same.
Hopefully this machine can tell us some more today.
We start by examining the modern scratch. I'm not sure if this mark was made accidentally or on purpose. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that this scratch may be able to help prove the authenticity of the Bat Creek stone. When they scratch the stone, it will generate secondary material that's left behind. And we see that here in the freshly scratched surface. Whenever you scratch a stone, you leave stuff behind, deposits from making the mark. The fact that we see residue in this microscopic view speaks to the fact that this is a recent carving. Because we're looking at a recent scratch, it would make sense some of that material is still there. No polish marks.
Clearly rough. I mean, it's something that was intentional, but not to be beautiful.
Yes. So let's take a look at the original inscription. If it was fresh like the scratch, we would see secondary material in there, and we don't see that. Well, as you can see here, we don't have any of those deposits that we saw on the fresh scratch. They're completely gone. It's clean as a whistle. It's completely weathered away. The weathering is key because to get that weathering profile took time. We've got nice rounded edges, and the polished surface looks nothing like the fresh scratch.
Right.
In Emmert's notes, the first time he mentions the stone, he said it was a polished stone. You can see the scratches going into the grooves after it was carved. So clearly that indicates the inscription was carved first, then it was polished. The inscription on the Bat Creek stone was clearly polished, unlike those new scratches, which weren't polished at all. By polishing it, that tells you that they're treating this with care, that it has meaning to them, and maybe even sacred. If Emmert faked the inscription, it would look newer, more like the modern scratches, but the inscription looks really old.
So here's the question for you. Can that be fake?
You can make a charge that somebody did something anytime you want, but making it stick is the key thing. We've talked a lot about the inscription, but we haven't really talked about what it says. One of the top Semitic scholars in the world at that time has translated the inscription as "for the Judeans." The Judeans were a Jewish people who occupied a mountainous region called Judea, which today is Israel's West Bank and the northern Negev desert. The region was named after the biblical tribe of Judah, one of the lost tribes of Israel. If the Bat Creek stone really does bear the inscription "for the Judeans," it could be a significant clue that suggests the lost tribes came to America.
There's been some other interpretation as well, nothing too drastically different. How old do you think that is? How much older do you think that is than those modern scratches?
The type of work that I do is what I call relative age dating. It's older than this, it's younger than that. We know this is this old, we know this is this old, it's in between, so it has to fall somewhere in the middle. By looking at the weathering of the original inscription, comparing it with the modern scratches, to me, that says it wasn't made during modern times. Emmert said he pulled it from the mound. I see no evidence to question that. The other thing I think that's very important is this double-barred cross of Lorraine, which was used by early Jewish groups and is...
Now watch this, family. This is the part that they're talking about right here. This letter right here. Now this letter right here, they're going to say that's a Christian symbol or even a Catholic symbol, the double cross of Lorraine. But if you look in the ancient Hebrew, this is a Samic. This is an ancient Hebrew letter. Now that dot, I think, is the last line, that the beginning of the last line that would have went under here. But this is an ancient Hebrew letter. He might not know that because he might not understand the ancient language. I do. I study. So I know what it is that I'm talking about. He might not be familiar with that. So let's read on. Let's watch.
A symbol of the crucifixion. That would not be consistent with the lost tribes of Israel if it represented the crucifixion. I mean, we're talking about a group that disappeared around 700 BC, and the crucifixion obviously is 800 years later in this particular case.
Yeah, obviously, wrong time.
After taking a closer look at the cross of Lorraine, I still don't have enough information to definitively connect the lost tribes of Israel with the Bat Creek stone. Still, this is a mysterious artifact with Hebrew on it. I've looked at others too. They make me wonder, who created them, when, and why? I'm very comfortable that the Bat Creek stone, all evidence here to me indicates that it looks to be a genuine artifact. But there are other artifacts that have been found in North America, pre-Columbian artifacts with Hebrew inscriptions on them. I've investigated Ohio's Decalogue stone. It has a shortened version of the Ten Commandments on it, written in Paleo-Hebrew. Same story in Los Lunas, New Mexico, where there's a similar artifact, also called the Decalogue stone with the Ten Commandments on it. And in Arizona, more Hebrew on the Tucson lead artifact.
All over the world, especially all over America.
A collection of authentic ritual objects pulled from the desert in 1924. I have to wonder if all these things are markers on a trail left by Hebrew people long ago. There's a person that I'm going to go visit and talk to a little bit more about the Bat Creek stone and about some other artifacts.
Part of the science of all this is actually having a dialogue and talking to different scholars, different perspectives and expertise.
We've had a good exchange today, but now I want to ask you, Tim, are you convinced by what you've seen here today that the Bat Creek stone is a genuine pre-Columbian Hebrew artifact? Well, Tim, you are the curator here at the McClung Museum that houses the Bat Creek stone artifact. We've just spent a good part of the day looking at brand new data. So based on everything you've seen, do you think that the Bat Creek stone is a genuine pre-Columbian Hebrew artifact?
I'm not completely convinced yet, but you did show me some things today I didn't expect. There's some potential other things that need to be done before I can say, yes, you have an authentic stone.
But your mind is open.
Oh, as a scientist, your mind's always open.
I have to say that I'm convinced this is a genuine artifact, but I'm all about collecting more data. I'm going to go see if I can find some more evidence of some early Hebrew culture coming to North America prior to Columbus, long before Columbus, possibly the lost tribes of Israel. I'm on my way to see an artifact expert named Hugh McCullough. He studied the Bat Creek stone and other artifacts found inside the burial mound. A while back, Hugh showed me another allegedly Hebrew artifact called the Decalogue stone in Coshocton, Ohio. Today we're meeting in another part of Ohio at a national park known for its mounds. Well, Hugh,
now watch this part here. Now, they're going to talk about the menorah in this part. I believe this is the part. They're going to talk about the menorah, but the menorah, according to the Bible, had 7 branches. This menorah they're talking about has 9 branches. That would be the menorah of the Hanukkah menorah, which was our menorah, but it was later. Let's watch and see.
See you again.
Hey, good to see you, Scott, and welcome to Ohio. Tell me what you found in Tennessee. You said you looked at the Bat Creek stone down there?
I had a chance to look at the artifact with my new technology, the 3D digital microscope. I was able to confirm that the weathering of the inscription is indeed old. There's no question that the Bat Creek stone is not a hoax. It's a genuine artifact. And the fact that it's Paleo-Hebrew says to me that it has to be an early Jewish group that created it, possibly the lost tribes.
Well, I agree it's a Jewish artifact, so I think it's very exciting.
Listing your house on the market isn't the only way to sell your house. Selling to us is much faster.
Tell me a little bit about the testing that you did back in the 1980s.
There were some wooden ear spools found with the stone.
Wooden ear spools, tell me a little bit, what are those?
The Hopewell and many other cultures use these ear spools. They're just decorative ear spools that they stretch the ears. We were able to get a carbon date on those. It was somewhere between 32 and 769 AD.
So Hugh, based on the data, it doesn't look like this is the lost tribes, who were probably around 722 BC. This is something more in the 1st century, right?
If you look at the inscription here, Here's your photo of the Back Creek Stone. And the style of the letters most closely matches that of the Jewish war coins of the 65 to 70 AD. The letter style matches almost perfectly. There would have been an incentive at that time for Jewish people to emigrate, because if they stayed behind, they would have been nailed to a cross or fed to the lions or enslaved.
Around 70 AD, Jews and their Roman rulers were fighting over unfair taxation, disrespect for the Jewish faith, and accusations of theft. The rebellion, known as the Great Revolt, was eventually crushed by the Romans. 4 years later, Jerusalem was captured, and 100,000 Jews were killed or sold into slavery. The big question, did other Jews...
And so now, just for a history portion, what they just said actually happened. And that was a fact, factual information. And what our ancestors did when the revolt took place is a lot of our ancestors ran into Africa. And all the waterways up in Africa, we actually built up a lot. That's how a lot of the kingdoms in Mali, Timbuktu, a lot of the great kingdoms in Africa were actually Hebrew people. And the verification is that a lot of our ancestors are still in Africa today, the Limba tribe. That's just one of them. There's a lot of our ancestors that are still there that are known to be Hebrew and direct descendant of the Hebrew nation. And if you look at them and you look at the real Africans, the Hamites, put them side by side, they don't look alike. Their bone structure, their facial structure, their body build, they're different. They're different. But yet they both been living in Africa for thousands of years. That's how deep this system goes. You got to watch. The Most High is awesome in his works and the things he do. He's awesome.
Escape and find their way to America? There's another piece of evidence here too that jumps out at me is this double-barred cross. That's probably one of the earliest, if not the earliest versions of the Cross of Lorraine. The Cross of Lorraine is symbolic of the crucifixion, which would have been sometime in the middle, late first century.
Anybody who want to look up this thing that they keep calling the Cross of Lorraine, look up ancient Hebrew and look at the letter Samek. Look up the letter Samek and see what it looks like. That's the Samek. I'm telling you, it's just one line missing on the Samek. That's what it is. And I think that dot might have been the beginning of that line.
Consistent with an early Jewish group in the 1st or 2nd century. All the testing that you had done, the testing of the ear spools and the script, all do overlap about what time?
Around the 1st century AD.
So you've got consistency from different points. Right. Now we have the geology work that I've done as far as the weathering indicating that it's very old, that it's not a modern hoax. Based on all of this, we have apparently a 1st or 2nd century Jewish artifact found in a Native American Indian mound, and its historical importance cannot be overstated.
I'd agree with you there, Scott, but there's one more piece of evidence I want to show you, which is even bigger in a sense.
I'm interested. Let's go.
See, the first thing I showed is them verifying that black people was here way before Columbus. Way before Columbus. But the bombshell came when they started showing discoveries that these black people weren't just black people, they were Hebrew people. Your ancestors was here. The Europeans know this. This is why they need to hold on to your identity. This is why they don't want you knowing who you are, because they owe you a hell of a lot and they don't want to pay you. They don't want to pay up. They don't want to give it to you, and they don't want to relinquish it. If you owned it before them and they're Johnny come lately, they're trying to take it over now. If the truth is revealed, they got to realize and own up that they owe you for your land all the years that they mistreated you. Brother Danielle is here on the line with us. Brother Danielle, go see if you can find some of those treaties that the Europeans made with the Indians way back in the day. Look up some of that documentaries where they took you from making your claim of being Indian and took you and made you slave, Black American or Negro. Watch, there's a lot of documentary, a lot of information out there about that too. How I believe it's, I want to say in, what was that year? 1800s, I think, 1843, I think it was. I think it was 1843 when they did the census. What they did was the original Hebrew people, black people that was here, we had it on the census that we were Indian. But they took the census, changed the wording of the census, and made us black or made us Negroid or Negro. I think that's what they put it, Negro. They had to take off that Indian title and gave you a Negro title so that you couldn't relate your body, your blood, your ancestry back to ownership of this land. One of y'all can look that up for me, please. I wish I.
It's becoming clear to me the Bat Creek stone and the ear spools found in the same burial mound don't go back far enough to be connected to the lost tribes of Israel. I keep wondering, who left these things and what does it all mean?
This is the laziest and cheapest way to dissolve the pancreas parasite and keep your A1C levels at 4.
So this is a photocopy of a map that was made by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, 1823, of some earthworks here in Ohio.
Earthworks, also known as mounds, are intentional changes in land level. These sculpted piles of rocks and soil are often ancient, mysterious, and massive.
What does this portion up here look like to you?
Well, that looks like a menorah.
Right.
Is that what that is?
Well, that's what it looks like.
The menorah, also called a Hanukkah, is the symbol of Hanukkah. The 8-day Jewish holiday celebrates the rededication of their temple after years of fighting. The Hanukkah story tells how soldiers who recaptured the temple had only enough oil for one night, but miraculously, it lasted for 8. So let me get this straight. Somebody in the distant past built this earthwork that's traditionally Native American in the shape of a menorah?
Well, if we didn't have the Bat Creek stone and the Decalogue stone, I'd be totally bewildered. A Jewish idea like this is not so strange after all, maybe.
Experts believe the Hopewell people built both the Hanukkah earthworks on the Army Corps map, as well as all the mounds surrounding us here at Hopewell Culture National Park. I mean, that looks like a lamp, an oil lamp.
Right, it looks like the oil lamp that was supposed to have burned.
What else can it be?
What else can it be?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. This is a beautiful place, but why didn't you take me here?
This map was made in 1823, but by 1848, it was pretty much plowed over and not visible from the ground anymore.
So it's been basically destroyed.
Right. So it was a huge structure. This is only 13 acres here, and this is 100 acres.
Wow, almost 10 times bigger.
We know that Thomas Jefferson was actually very interested in this particular earthwork. It goes back to 1803, even when he was president. He asked a general to draw these very same earthworks.
The reason for Jefferson's interest? The Louisiana Purchase. The U.S. bought Louisiana from the French. They had taken it from the Spanish. Jefferson wanted to prove others were here in America earlier, so Spain couldn't say Louisiana or any other land belonged to them. I recently investigated the notion that Lewis and Clark were assigned to look for evidence of Welsh contact. I looked at the Brandenburg Stone as one possibility that may have been carved by the Welsh.
He was also interested in the possibility of the lost tribes of Israel, so he even asked Lewis and Clark to look for them. So he was covering all the bases. Roman or Greek or Phoenician, he would have been just as happy to prove it wasn't the Spanish. I think there was a diplomatic interest there.
I'll bet you in his back pocket he had this right here. You know, an earthwork like this, I mean, to me, this just screams an early Jewish culture, but there's something more that's significant here. This is a massive mound. This isn't something done by one or two or a few people. This involved a lot of people, right?
This earthworks would have required a whole community years to build. The whole community was dedicated to building this particular symbol, and therefore it's a much deeper involvement with the indigenous culture than the other artifacts.
I would agree with you. I think collectively, though, they're all important. It seems clear to me that these artifacts don't have anything to do with the lost tribes. Others may be, but not these. So it begs the question, if the lost tribes didn't create these artifacts, who did? By studying the Bat Creek Stone, a mysterious artifact found in a Tennessee burial mound more than 100 years ago, I confirmed that its inscription is much older than its discovery date. It's carved with a message for the Judeans. Judea is a region in Israel, and the writing style is consistent with Jews after the turn of the 1st century. Could a group of them have been here in America at that time? That would rule out my initial theory, the lost tribes of Israel, who went missing from history much earlier. But I think there's a chance the lost tribes' descendants might be responsible. I'm going to meet a local rabbi. If I can learn more about the history of Jewish people coming to America, it could help me solve the mystery of the Bat Creek Stone and the menorah-shaped mounds I just learned about.
Now watch the words of this rabbi. Watch how this rabbi say what he says.
Rabbi, how you doing? I'm investigating ancient Hebrew here in the United States, and I want to try to figure out who's responsible. But I want to know a little bit more about early Jews coming to America. What do you know about that?
So what we do know is that Columbus came in 1492, and with him, he brought Jews. And the first question that begs is, well, why on earth would he do that? And he believed at the time that there were potentially in the New World these lost tribes. He would want people who he thought could communicate with them.
Well, that's interesting that Jews traveled with Columbus. Aren't there some rumors that people thought that maybe he was Jewish himself?
There's a big controversy, and I'll leave this to historians to resolve that. But even if he wasn't Jewish, he certainly had Jewish companions, understood the Jewish community, and was keen on discovering the lost tribes.
There was a lot of persecution going on, wasn't there?
Up until 1492, we talk about historically as the golden age of Spain for the Jews, and things had been going there pretty well. Jews were relatively left alone to thrive in business and religious tradition and what have you. And then we get this edict in 1492, and people were left with just a horrible choice: either die by the sword or convert.
Now, when they mentioned Spain and Jews, we did live in Spain. The Jews in Spain were black people, and we were in prominent positions in Spain. Now, the Pope, in order for the slave ships to go in to take out a African, so-called Africans that they had out of Africa, they had to get permission of the Pope. And the Pope had to write them a treaty, and the treaty was called the Treaty of Pabble. And that was permission for any slave ship or slaver to go into Africa and take out a certain particular type of slave. And that certain particular type of slave that they took out was us. It was our people, our forefathers, not the Africans. The Africans will go into the jungle, capture us and our children, our teenagers, our young children, and bring them to the shores and sell them to the Europeans. That's a fact. Cape Coast is one of the places that they did it in West Africa. That's a fact. Look it up. You go ahead, bro. You know, a lot of the Moroccans are our people. You go right on ahead and take that trip.
Though 1492 is best known as the year Columbus sailed the ocean blue, it was also an infamous year for the persecution of Jewish people. There was the burning at the stake of 24 Jews in Germany and the expulsion of 100,000 in Sicily. The worst persecution? The Edict of Expulsion in Spain, which gave Jews 4 months to leave Spain, convert to Catholicism, or face death.
But they wasn't European Jews that we were talking about in Spain. They were our people. They had a thing that they call pure blood, where the Europeans would raise their arms up and you can see the purple blood running through their veins. They call that the pure bloods. Our people didn't have purple blood running through our veins.
The rabbis, some said better to survive, even if you have to convert to Catholicism, your life is more important. And others said, no, it's better to be a martyr and to die than to ever worship in ways that are inauthentic and you don't believe. Tens of thousands of them died. But we also know that thousands of them converted to Catholicism and still maintained their religious Jewish traditions at home. We call those people who were forced to convert conversos.
So they were secretly Jewish, but they were outwardly Catholic.
These conversos, or what are sometimes also called crypto-Jews, were practicing Catholicism, but practicing their Judaism in the closet. Everything from lighting candles in private on Friday nights to refraining from eating pork and following the kosher laws. So these conversos really tried to maintain some sense of their Jewish identity, and they carried that to the New World with them. We know that many of the conversos, the crypto-Jews, made their way to the northern frontier of Mexico in what is now New Mexico and the American Southwest.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, this is something that many people have done, many religions have done, is come to the Americas to practice freedom of religion.
Even today, there continue to be many Latino families who are outwardly practicing Catholicism or Christianity, but who privately continue to observe some of these Jewish rituals that have.
See how you say Latino families who practice this ritual that they just got finished saying that the Hebrews did it? Pay close attention to their wordings.
Passed down to them over time.
Well, in this case, you're talking about modern day people that are practicing rituals that date back possibly as far as the 15th century. I've been looking at artifacts that go back much further. One example is the Bat Creek Stone, and the language is early Semitic script that some scholars say dates back to the 1st century. So I'm really interested in trying to get to the bottom of this and find anything I can that might be related. Is there anything that you know of that could possibly be related to what could be ancient Jewish writing?
I can't claim to the veracity of this, but there is a woman in New Mexico who claimed to have found this on her father's property. And there are some historians who believe that this evidence is early, potentially Semitic or Hebrew writing. Perhaps there's something there.
What the rabbi is showing me isn't the only carving with a Hebrew connection in New Mexico. There's another one called the Los Lunas Decalogue Stone, and the 10 Commandments are carved on it in Paleo-Hebrew. Maybe there's a connection between that boulder and the petroglyph pictures which the rabbi is showing me. The thing that's really jumping out is it looks weathered. If this is down in New Mexico and there's any possibility that this could be Old Hebrew or Old Jewish writing, I'm going to have to check this out.
This professional 32 terabytes SSD, capable of holding the entire collection of the New York Public Library.
In my investigation, there's one thing I know for certain. Much of what we think we know about our history is wrong. We know Jewish people came to America with Columbus, and the Bat Creek Stone proves they came here in the 1st century too. But there may be others, perhaps the Lost Tribes, who came here even earlier, and the people I'm about to meet may have found proof. Are you Stacy?
I am. This is my friend Ron.
Hi, Ron. I'm investigating the likelihood that there were ancient Hebrew tribes, people that came here from across the Atlantic, going back at least hundreds of years, perhaps thousands. I recently talked to a rabbi friend of mine back in Minneapolis who said there were Hebrew carvings down here. Tell me about them.
We have found several on my dad's land up here, and Ron found many of these all around New Mexico. All of these drawings that we're anxious for you to look at.
Well, I've got these pictures from a friend of mine, Jimmy's ranch.
So what are these?
They're ligatures that's written in a script form that makes it easier for people that know the language and people that don't to understand in a picture.
I mean, the earliest communication that humans had was through pictures. Maybe that's what we have going on here. These look fascinating. Maybe we should go take a look at them. What do you say?
Yeah.
Let's go. You have a 4-wheel drive. It's pretty rough and remote out there.
I got a cover. Let's go.
Okay.
I'm in New Mexico looking for ligatures. They're symbols that take on new meaning when they're combined. They could be evidence that Jews came to America long before Columbus. Maybe they were clues left by members of the legendary lost tribes of Israel, Jewish tribes that went missing in 722 BC. I'm heading to the discovery site to see for myself. So Ron, you have to tell me, how did you find these things?
I was building these roads through here and got out of the bulldozer and ran across. Just saw this over here on the side of the rocks.
This is not the first time I've seen evidence here in North America of early Hebrews coming here. I mean, I've looked at the Decalogue stone, the Bat Creek stone, the Tucson lead artifacts, and the Hanaki earthworks absolutely suggest that there were early Jews here in America long before Columbus, and we certainly weren't taught that in school, were we?
No. Here we are.
Wow.
What do you think of that?
Well, Ron, not only is it rugged out here, but it's remote. I mean, why would somebody come out here to carve a hoax or graffiti? I mean, nobody would see it. This whole panel is full of carvings, and up there too. It would be easy to assume these are Native American petroglyphs, but I don't think they are. I've never seen anything quite like this before. You see this dark surface on this rock? This developed over at least hundreds of years, probably thousands of years. You can actually see where some of the edges have spalled. You see how it's almost white, sort of a tan color? Well, that's what these would have looked like when they were first made. But they're dark. They're almost black, like the background rock that they're carved into. This is definitely not modern. This is my handheld portable microscope. And you can see how dark that is. You know, another thing that jumps out at me right away that I'm sure you guys have noticed, that they didn't take a hammer and chisel. This was carved with rocks, and they used a pecking technique. Can you see that?
It's like it's pitted.
I saw something on the way in that could help us put a date on these carvings. It's the sort of thing many people frown upon, but as a geologist, I can find some value in it. It's graffiti. Let's go take a look at this other site. Aha. That's what I wanted to show you. You can see that this is fresh looking. It's carved into the same dark surface. This one's dated 1892. It looks like it was carved yesterday. Some other carvings here, 1925, 1924, 1919, and they all look fresh. I mean, this is just a quick and dirty comparison, but you can see this looks a lot different than what we have back there. It's pretty dramatic, isn't it?
Yeah, I told you.
So much whiter.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
And there's really no excuse anymore to have yellow.
It's definitely older than 120 years, easily hundreds of years old, who knows how far back. So at this point, it becomes important to talk to the experts in this script. And my question is, do we know what this script is?
Right. Well, we did reach out to a few experts and they dated it to the 15th century BC.
15th century BC.
BC.
That's 3,500 years ago.
It's a script that predates the Hebrew alphabet.
Okay, what's it called?
It's called Old Negev.
Old Negev is an ancient script. Experts believe it was developed by ancestors of the biblical Abraham, who worked in the Egyptian mines in west central Sinai. The laborers needed a way to express their language in writing. Some consider Old Negev to be a precursor to Phoenician, Paleo-Hebrew, and early Arabic scripts. The name Negev came up when I examined the Back Creek Stone in Tennessee. Its inscription reads, "For the Judeans." The Judeans lived in what's now the northern Negev desert.
The people we reached out to gave us some rough translations of this.
So it's read right to left?
It's, yeah, from
like Hebrew,
from right to left. So we're talking in this area here, woe and sorrow on this inscription in here.
Okay.
And then we move over here to this, and this would be to cover or veil. This one right down here would be sunburnt or black. And it's talking about brothers and relatives, fellow man and friend to cry out or call for help.
Talking about woe and sorrow and sunburned. There is a rock shelter here. It would provide protection from the sun.
Right.
So maybe this is where they took refuge during a long journey and took the time to carve this. And we're talking Old Negev.
He mentioned everything but black. He gave an interpretation for everything but black.
That's 3,500 years ago. The weathering of this inscription could certainly be that old. My gosh, that's 700 years before the Lost Tribes. Well, we don't know if this is that old, but if it is that old, I mean, that would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That is so interesting that you say the Lost Tribes, because there is one figure on here that a friend of mine who lived in Israel for several years said is associated with the tribe of Judah.
This isn't the first time in this investigation that the name Judah has come up. The Bat Creek Stone inscription reads, "For the Judeans," in Paleo-Hebrew. Judea is a region named after the tribe of Judah. The tribe of Judah, that's Jesus's tribe.
Right.
And if this is indeed 3,500 years old, that would be 1,500 years before Jesus.
Oh.
So this would have been his distant ancestors that could have used this script. But the other possibility is that this could have been a group that came later. We don't know. Sometimes people will use outdated languages far into the future. I mean, the Catholics still use Latin during Mass, and in our culture today, Latin is essentially a dead language.
Yeah.
So the Lost Tribes being responsible for this, I guess, is still on the table. Whoever this group is traveled far and wide, it sounds like. There's going to be archaeologists that are going to watch this and they're going to scoff, when what they should be doing is respecting the work that we're trying to do here. The argument that the oceans were these vast, impenetrable barriers, to me, is ridiculous. Here, yet another group probably did come over here in the distant past. The Bat Creek Stone is physically small compared to a lot of things I investigate, but there's a big mystery attached to it. After studying the Bat Creek Stone with my 3D microscope and meeting with someone else who studied it, I'm convinced it's not a hoax. I think it was left in America by a first-century Jewish group, but I can't say for sure who they were or why they left it. I no longer think the Lost Tribes were involved. The timing's just not right. But the Bat Creek Stone does connect early Jews with pre-Columbian America. Decalogue stones with the 10 Commandments, earthwork shaped like a menorah, and strange petroglyphs in the Southwest also point to unexpected Jewish visitors to the New World. Whatever happened to the lost tribes of Israel when they disappeared in 722 BC is still a mystery, but it's one I hope to solve someday.
Keep hoping, young man. All right, next we got the proof of the Atlantic slave trade. So because a lot of people say that no slaves came over here on the slave ships. A lot of people believe that. And one of their questions is, well, what happened to the slave ships? If slaves came in slave ships, what happened to the slave ships? So here we have some writings, some proof of verification. You can accept it or you can reject it. It's your decision. And here we have some information talking about the slave ships, what happened to them, and different information. Proof of the Atlantic slave trade, transatlantic slave trade, is documented through millions of primary sources. These include detailed shipping logs, auction records, and government decrees spanning for centuries. Scholars have compiled this historical data into massive digital archives that track tens of thousands of individual voyages. Tens of thousands of individual voyages. Which book may be hard to get? Which book that may be hard to get? You named a couple. Which one? Oh, I don't know if we have any of those ones you named, though. The primary type of evidence confirming the trades include, the slave trade include, shipping and voyage records. There are records of roughly 35,000 individual slave ship voyages between the 16th and the 19th century. These documents, such as captain logs, port manifests, and insurance policy, details the exact number of enslaved people loaded in Africa and those who survived the journey. The aggregate data from these documents is publicly researchable on slave voyages. So you can type that name into your browser, slave voyages, and they will fill you in on a lot of that information. The Golden Age of the Moors. Why do I feel like we had that book? Is that the big book with the Moorish man sitting on the front page with the sword, standing looking like this, that famous picture that they got running around? The Golden Age of the Moors. Who's the author of that book? Do you know? Danielle? The Golden Age of the Moors. Colonial and financial archives. I don't know. Government, corporation, and private ledgers details the economic foundation of the trade. Record for the National Archives preserves bill of sales, slave ship registration, and wills that list enslaved individuals as property. One of the insurance companies was Aetna. Wow. Archaeological and geographical information, evidence. The physical forts and holding cells built by European nations on the West African coast, such as Elmina, Costa in Ghana, remain standing. Furthermore, shipwrecks of sunken slave vessels have been recovered, offering tangible forensic proof of the condition of the Middle Passage. Ivan Van Sertima is the author. I'm familiar with his lectures. Okay, Ivan Van, I do got that. I'm gonna have to check to see. I don't know if I have that book. Yes, I know they are, and I'm involved in that, but I think I may have that book. I got a couple books by Ivan Van Sertima, but I don't know if that's one of them. All right. So they got archaeological evidence, they got ship records and recordings, they got economic prospects or money that they made from these things. They got all these different things to verify that the slave trade that they talk about in America actually took place. But see, the thing when I read about that, the thing when I read about this was, I remember not too long ago in 1960s, there was a documentary about this family who thought that the slavery was still up and running. And one of the people, they actually made a movie about it. And some of the people had escaped, thinking that they was running to another place to try to get out of slavery. But when they got there, they found out that slavery had ended about 100 years earlier, maybe 1960, 100 years earlier. They had realized that, but they didn't know it because the slave masters that they had kept them isolated from civilization. You understand? So if the slave trade never happened, if the slave trade never happened, if slavery was never a thing, then how those people just got out in the 1960s? Does anybody have that information about this, the family that just escaped slavery in the 1960s, or was it in the 1940s or 50s? It was early in the last year, the last century. Does anybody have access to that information? I mean, we can always go look it up. Demographic and personal accounts. The trade's massive impact is heavily corroborated by genetic records, oral history, and the documents and lineage of the millions of people who make up the African diaspora. Contemporary narratives written by former enslaved individuals such as Oluda Aquino provide first-hand eyewitnesses' testimony of their capture and transport. There you go. So this is definitely a thing. Definitely a thing. Definitely a thing. The slave trade definitely happened. And a lot of people are not aware that the slave trade had happened. A lot of people didn't know that. So here we got an overview. The 10 Commandments discovered in this region specially refers to the Los Lunas Decalogue stone, also known as Commandment Rock, which is located in New Mexico, not Mexico. The stone is a large 80-ton basalt boulder located on Hidden Mountains near Los Lunas, about 35 miles south from Albuquerque. The inscription, it bears a 9-line carved inscription that translates into an abridged version of the 10 Commandments in Paleo-Hebrew with a few Greek letters mixed in. It was formerly brought to an archaeological attention in 1933 by a University of New Mexico professor, thought local reporters seeing it as early as the 1880s. Currently, the stone sits on state trust lands. It requires a permit to visit, which can be acquired directly from the New Mexico State Land Office. How did they get to take something that belonged to us? Current status, I did that. Authenticity. The authenticity is highly debated. While some suggest it is evidence of ancient transoceanic contact, many mainstream archaeologists and scholars dismiss it as the early 20th century host due to the grammatical errors in the use of modern punctuation. Regardless, Mexico, specifically historical records such as those analyzed by Alexander von Humboldt, documents pre-Columbian Mexican picture writing with allegorical parallel the concept of the Ten Commandments, but these are codified indigenous pictorial rather than a literal Hebrew inscription. May the Most High be praised. So we're covering all these different topics and subjects about our forefathers being here in the Americas. And this is definitely a fact. What is this part here? So here's another portion of information that was gathered. Over 1,000 slave ships sank during the transatlantic trade, but fewer than a dozen have been located. These sunken vessels are critical archaeological sites that document the horrors of the Middle Passages and final days of the illegal slave trade. So it actually took place. There's no question about whether it took place. And this is one of the things, the records of the last American slave ship. There's no question as to whether it took place. The question is, where are all the slave ships? Well, they recovered some of those slave ships. And they're doing their research on them to DNA and different things to prove that slavery actually happened here in America. But not only did slavery actually happen here in America, they took a lot of our indigenous people and enslaved them. They took a lot of the original people that was already here and enslaved them. So although we were slaves, a lot of our people didn't come over on the slave ships. A lot of our people was already here and captured and turned into slaves. All right? So it's just another form of information for us. This is some other information I was looking up. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. Are there any other questions, family? Are there any other questions? I believe that's it on my end. Are there any other questions? Does anybody have any questions about anything pertaining to what we went over today? Any of the information, any of the research, any of the study? So in fact, we were here previous to Christopher Columbus. What lie did W.E.B. Du Bois help to make up? Danielle, you believe that W.E.B. Du Bois helped to make up a lie. And he did help to do a lot of things, but I'd like to know which lie he made up. When I was going through the slave dungeons in Cape Coast, major of the young college students didn't even know about slavery or what happened inside the dungeons. That's right. That's right, because they ain't going to teach it. But another thing I wanted to mention, I thought it was in my thing, or was it not? Because I actually did some research to pull up. I pulled up where the Pope had apologized. What did I do with that? Let me see if I got it on my other document. Where the Pope had actually apologized for the slave trade and what they did to black people in reference to slavery. Yeah, I don't see it. But Danielle, that would also, that document that I had the evidence on about the Pope, it also talks about how they enslaved a lot of the original people or our people who was Moors in Spain. The Pope orchestrated a lot of those things. Slave numbers, what? Oh, W.E.B. Du Bois, okay. The Catholic Church definitely has the information that is missing from the historical archives, and that's true. Well, like I said, the Pope apologized to black people for their role in the slave trade. Yes. And the Jews. That's right. The Jews built the ships, sold the ships, financed the ships, and financed the voyages. The Jewish people. All right. So are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? Do you know that, and this might be something else that a lot of people don't know, but when they came to Virginia and those different places, the first slaves, or the slaves that came over here earlier during the time of slavery, and the people that was made slaves, they wasn't planting cotton. Did you know that? It was planting things like rice. They were growing rice and tobacco, things of that nature. Cotton wasn't a thing back then when they first brought us over here. The first things that they were doing was rice and tobacco and things of that nature, not cotton. Cotton became popular later. Okay. All right. If there are no other questions, we're going to close out our class for today. Do we have any volunteers to close us out with a prayer? So do we have anybody that would like to close us out with a prayer today? What do you know about Kez, Brother Benjamin? What do you know about that name, Kez? What do you know about that? I thank you for your blessings, but where do you get that name from? How do you know about that name? I'm curious. I'm curious. Iman, did you say you want to close us out with prayer? Brother Kezu. They say I could. Okay. Are you present, Brother Kezu? You got the link? You coming in? Oh, y'all typing too fast. I want to see what this brother said. He said, "It's what I have always known you by for 20 years." Oh, bro, I got to meet you. I got to find out who you is. You know me for where you know me from in over 20 years, and I don't remember who you are. Where we knew each other from? The houses of worship. Where was we at 20 years ago that we knew each other? I got to know this. Maybe you somebody and I just don't know you by your name, because you do know a lot of the old heads around here. Yeah, you do know a lot of the old heads. Oh, wow. Trusting Yah from Pal Talk. Oh, okay. Matter of fact, I think I still got your phone number from way back then in my phone. Let me check. I think I still got that phone number you had way back then. Let me check. Yep, I got you. Trusting Yah, Benjamin. A 918 number. The last four, I got two of them. The last four is 9775, and the other one is 0970. You right, bro. My apologies. Please forgive me. You back in the day. Wow. Ain't that something? May the Most High be praised. That's a long time, bro. That was a long time. And to think that you're still here rocking with a brother is a special treat, man. May the Most High be with you. That's a long time. And I got your name, Benjamin, right next to it. Trusting Yah, Benjamin. Boy, ain't that something. You've been around a long time. I can't argue with you, bro. I can't argue with you. Wow. Wow. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right, Brother Kezu, you ready? Wow. All right, let me get the shofar, and then we're going to close it out. Give me a second, please. Iman, you can make the announcement as if there is any after we're done.
Okay.
Give me a second, bro. Let I bear to feel our child.
Heavenly Father, Heavenly Father, our rock and our redeemer, come to you in humility and admiration, unclean. So we ask that you would even salak lanu, forgive us our sins, forgive our iniquity, forgive our uncleanness, and even receive our exaltation. Thank you, great King, for this beautiful opportunity, the Shabbat, that we can come together as a family to bring you the glory that is due unto your magnificent name. And if you even found acceptable our efforts before you this day, and even allow the days, the weeks, the months, the years that we have before you to even be acceptable before you, great King. Asking if you would even allow us to bring you glory in our actions and our thoughts. We thank you, Yah, for your Torah. We thank you, Yah, for your love and your compassion and your mercies everlasting. We would ask that you would even continue to guide our steps towards you, great King. We would ask that you would even continue to allow the families of Israel to grow, even as we did in the land of Israel, in the land of Mitzrayim. We were held captive for so many years. Thank you, Yah, for the opportunity to come before you, for there are some that did not make it to this point. May you even bless their spirits. Great King, you are the one. There is none like you, neither will there ever be. None that can compare to your greatness. If you would, allow your servants to become that elite, that nation of priests that is even described in the Torah that you have given us. We thank you again, Yah, for your Torah and for the ability to expound on it, and even allow our understanding to grow so that we may continue to be faithful servants and a light to the nations that are around us. May you even allow the Shabbat day for those that are observing it to continue to be a delight. And may even, if it be your will, increase our produce as the week begins. Kol Kavolaka, that is all glory. Kol Hallel, all praise to your mighty revered name. Kishim Galaka. Ibiliota, Biliot Rakamein, Enenu. Without you, Yah, without your mercies, we are naught. Hallelujah. 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 Selah.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Hey, listen, family, don't go anywhere yet. I do got another subject that I want to talk about quickly. Don't go anywhere yet, please. I do have another subject I wanted to talk about. And thank you, my brother, for the prayer. Greatly appreciate it. Ima, did you want to make some announcements before I continue on?
I can. I was just reminding everyone, our school, Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Key, open house. We had it for July 28th, but it's actually July 30th at 7 p.m. It'll be streamed here on our YouTube channel and via Zoom. I will have a flyer to post on our pages. We are just finishing up a couple of details, and we'll be posting our flyers this week. And you all can definitely message me if you need more information. And we are looking for educators as well. So they can hit me up.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. So I went, it's an Israelite brother. He actually works at our school. He lives here in Georgia. And I told him next time I came back to Georgia, I would hit him up so I can come visit him and we can sit and talk together. So we did. I went to visit him. I went to his house. He lives in another part of Georgia. And we had a nice time. We sat down, we talked, and we talked about some scripture as I was leaving out. And this was one of the commandments that he brought up. So the brother was telling me about he's telling me about an elder from California who wanted his son to marry two of his daughters, two sisters. And the brother says, well, you know, we couldn't do that. That was against the law. So I said, is it? He said, yeah, you know, that's against the law, Prince. I said, all right, let's see. Where it at? Show me where is it at? It's against the law. Show me where it's against the law. So he pulled up the scripture. And the scripture says in the book of Leviticus, Leviticus 18 and 18, it says, neither shall you take a wife. And Maury Kezel, you still here, right? Yeah, good. Anybody else want to take a mic and come on and tell us what they think? Anybody else want to give us their opinion on this matter? Here's the link. Anybody else who wants to verbally speak, you have the mic, you can come on and speak. If you just want to type, you can type. All right? All right. Thank you, sis. Thank you, sis. Thank you very much. Anybody else wants to come on and talk on this subject, you're welcome to come onto the platform. I sent the link, hit the link, come on in. All right, we're going to talk about it. So the brother pulled this scripture right here in the law, Leviticus 18 and 18. And Leviticus 18 and 18 says, neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness, besides the other in her lifetime. So I asked the brother to explain to me what that meant to him. And he says that you cannot have two wives of the same household that are direct brothers, sisters. But I don't get that when I read that scripture, but he does. I used to get that when I read that scripture, just as he does, and just like a lot of you probably do. And the reason why I used to get that is because I allowed people to interpret scripture for me, as opposed to me doing the research myself to find out exactly what's going on. So I want to ask that, I want to leave that on the floor for a lot of you to explain what that scripture means to you. Brother Kezu, would you like to talk about it a little bit? Do you have any knowledge of that scripture?
Sure. And my understanding of that, it's more like when in the case of Abba Yaakov and having Leah and Raquel together. They were sisters, and unfortunately, their dynamic in the relationship was more of a tit for tat. Who can be a better Isha for her husband? And it shouldn't necessarily be that the case, or that necessarily shouldn't be the case. There's also another Torah verse that says, if a man should, take on another wife, neither aught should diminish from the first. So that verse kind of leads me on to believe and understand that a man can actually have more than one wife if he can provide for them without diminishing aught from the first. So having sisters, I believe, is a no-go. But your wives should be like sisters. They should be like sister wives. That's my understanding.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. Brother Kezu gave his scripture, his understanding of the scripture. Neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness besides the other in her lifetime. All right, would anybody else like to have the opportunity to explain their position on this? Now, a lot of us, we gather this information because this is what we're taught. My brother, he brought up a scripture where it talked about our old man Jake having two wives, and they were blood sisters, and the strife and the animosity that was going on, how it took place. That relationship started off in confusion because he thought he was marrying one woman, and the father tricked him and gave him the other one. And then later gave him the one that he worked for, the one that he actually thought he was marrying. So that's a little bit of a difference. Also, just to add to that, where you going, Brother Kezu? Where you go? Also, to add to that, that was before the giving of the law. See, a lot of things happened before the law was given. A lot of the things a lot of things took place before the giving of the law that after the law, they changed. We were no longer able to do those things, certain things. Okay, I didn't hear the echo, but that's fine. That's fine. So let's read that scripture. Can anybody grab that scripture in another translation and see if, I don't know if this here book will let me, I think it does. It lets you pull different translations. Let me see. No. It lets you pull different translations somewhere. And I'm not sure where, but it lets you, maybe this, let me see. All right, it's not allowing me to. All right, we got some different translations on the side. ESV, and what other translation is that, Brother Benjamin? And Sister Ornette put up her opinion of the matter. It says, not while one is still alive because of jealousy, robbery. That would probably be the case in general. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Lo, that was bold, though, to suggest his son marry both his sisters. His son must be a bad mamma jamma. That's a Spanish Bible? Okay. All right, let's see what that is. You shall not take a wife together with her sister as a rival, uncovering her nakedness while the other is still alive. Okay, very good. It was another translation. No tamas morir jantamete con su hermana por hasiere su rival descrindo su, it still say the same thing. For rival, it says the same thing. Leviticus 18 ESV, you shall not take a wife as a rival wife to her sister, uncovering her nakedness while she is yet alive. That is the one that I was looking for. Now, that actually says exactly what it says in the Hebrew. That's exactly what it says in the Hebrew. You shall not take a woman as a rival wife to her sister, uncovering her nakedness while her sister is alive. Nephew Calvin, that's what I'm talking about. Now, when you look at it that way, it says something totally different. It's not saying what so many of us interpret it to say based on the whitewashing of our Torah that has been given to us. All right? Litzor. You see that word litzor right there? You see that word litzor? It means to vex. Now let's see what vex means. To bind, be narrow, be in distress, make narrow, cause distress, besiege. So it actually says that you're not supposed to do that to the wife. You're not supposed to take two for a reason of causing your wife to be vexed. But how about if you're not doing it to vex your wife and your wife actually initiates it? And the wife actually says, this is what I want. I want my sister to become my sister wife and be married to you as well. Now, is that a problem? So I looked up the word uncover. Uncover was the next. Look, that was the next word that I had to look up to bring understanding to this. Uncover means to remove, depart, to go into exile, uncover oneself, to discover or show oneself, to reveal oneself, to be uncovered, to carry away, exile. All right? Now, captive, carry away, reveal, open, captivity, show, remove, appear. A primitive root, to denude, especially in a disgraceful sense. So you weren't supposed to make her disgraced. But the law, when you read the law for what it says, neither shall you take a wife, neither shall you take a woman as a rival wife to her sister, to uncover her nakedness, to lay down with her besides the other. All right. Morey Kezu came back in. All right. Let's see. Now, if these nashim that the gentleman offered to the young brother's son were both willing and they both cooperated, then you're not bringing any vexation upon anybody. So are you allowed to do it? What do you think, Brother Kezu?
To have two wives?
Of the same household?
No. I still do not agree that they should be of the same household. If one is alive and no, if they're both alive, no, you cannot. But a man can still have two wives, as in Deuteronomy
Yeah, we're not
21.
questioning whether a man can have two wives. That's
Okay,
not.
yeah.
We're
Right.
asking a man marry two sisters.
Nah, I would
Okay,
vote.
so here we go. So let me ask a question. Where in the law do you see where a man is not allowed to have two sisters as his wife?
That same Leviticus 18:18, I believe. That's where my understanding lies.
Break Leviticus 18:18 down and cause us to understand what you understand.
Okay. I guess maybe if they're not at a if they're not at odds with each other, then because maybe I try a different translation. The translation that I'm reading, it says, neither shall thou take a wife to her sister to vex her. Now,
That's to punish her. That's to cause her pain.
I think
to make her jealous, vexing her. So as long as you don't do it to vex her, where's the law saying you can't do it?
Yeah, I guess if they're actually down for it, would not be TNT. It would not be totally not Torah. Yeah, read it. Let me read it in another translation, because I did see you read it in the Ivrit, and it said that word to have her resort. Yeah. Honestly, if that be the case, I think it would be all right, as long as they were with it. And, let's see.
So now, if it only means vexation, right, or rivalry, as my wife pointed out, two nashim who are not related he can still take a separate wife and cause vexation to his wife.
Okay. Good.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But this actually says you can't do it with her sister.
Right.
With the mind that a lot of women have, this American westernized mind that a lot of women have, right? Two unrelated sisters would have a problem sharing one man.
Right. They very well may. Yet that's not anti-Torah.
Yeah. Let's see what Brother Benjamin says. Seem unwise and totally unnecessary to marry them both. If you simply must have her for some reason, make one wife and the other a concubine, then there is no rivalry. But there is a rivalry when you make one a concubine, because a concubine is a servant wife. One going to feel like automatically she's above the other. I'm above you.
That would definitely cause vexation.
Yeah. You see? So I brought this out just to show you that, as my sister said earlier, Sister Higdalia, that there is a lot of dissension in different ways in which people interpret the law. A lot of people interpret things different ways. Let me see what Maisha said. As a woman with sisters, we love one another. However, we have rivalry for simple things, so I cannot imagine marrying the same man. Wow. Okay. No, it's not. One is a wife and the other is not held in the same legal status. Well, I think you should look a little bit. He said, no, it's not, like he right. Like I'm just wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. He said that with a strong tone too. Strong tone. All right, bro, I need you to look up and show me where the difference between a wife and a concubine, legal status, we ain't talking about no legal status. A concubine is still a wife. She's a servant wife. She's still a wife. But you look it up and you show me in scripture anywhere where a concubine is not referred to as a wife. But to make them equal is to make them rivals by default and will cause vexation. Okay. All right. I got you, bro. Yeah. Are there any questions or comments, family? Anyone else? Torah sex. The word concubine is of an unknown origin. The word concubine is pelegesh. A concubine is a servant wife who does not inherit. No, her children are not supposed to inherit. The concubine's wife's children are not supposed to inherit from the husband. Supposedly, that's what they teach. But I haven't seen any of that in scripture. None of that. Well, matter of fact, Jethro was a concubine who inherited after his father passed. He actually inherited the leadership of the tribe. He didn't think it was possible because his mother was a harlot. He didn't think it was possible. But the people voted to put him in as the head of the tribes. And he led that rebellion against the Philistines. They are equal. Ah, yeah. Okay. A concubine is a wife. And you get that. So a man can have twin sisters if they are with it. Absolutely. Absolutely. So you messed up a long time ago. Those twins came to him saying, yo, we want you. Yeah, you did. We want you to be our husband. Yeah, okay. Yes. And the same thing I said to the brother before I left, I said, if your son want to take both of those women, he wouldn't be in violation of the law as long as they're with it. What is the motive and intentions for having this situation? The same thing for a man having more than one wife. But the part that I like about it is that they already know each other. You ain't got to introduce them to each other. They don't have to get used to each other. They're already familiar with each other. So we can really, really build in. When a man has a wife and then he goes takes another wife and he introduces her to the family, they got to play that game, getting to know each other habits, traits, personalities. Two sisters already know each other. Oh, Prince, you don't do no foolishness. I can hear y'all in the background now. Well, I mean, it's not your fault. You actually didn't know. You know, you were taught by people who was actually taught by people who was taught by them people. And according to them, you can't do it. So you did what you were supposed to do based on the teachings you received. But if you was one of my students way back then, and you asked me that question, my answer would have been, yeah, you can have them both, as long as they are both with it. If they're not both with it, then that's causing a problem, and you shouldn't do it. So that's my opinion, and that's what I would teach, and I stick to it. All right? I see how it may work. However, I see how it won't work either. Two sisters know what they want the other sister to know. I have 9 sisters, and we don't know everything about each other, nor do we all. Okay, and that's even true with you and your sister wife. Agree on how each other's lives. it's just deep to me. Okay, yeah, okay, I got you. Gotta live it how you know it. That's right. Okay, I would want two women who were kin to each other and grew up together. Sounds dangerous. You will be at a disadvantage. Yeah, as the man you would be, but that's all right. If you do them right, they're going to do you right, as long as you ain't coming with no sneakery. Yes, because the scripture said to vex. It could have just said, don't marry two sisters, but the worldly was specific. And I said that same thing when I talked to that brother. I said it could have just simply said, don't marry two sisters, just like he said about everything else. He stated his point and he left it alone. But he didn't say that. He said to cause vexation. Yep. Oh, you meant you would not marry. Okay, that's cool, bro. You know, we all have our own opinion on matters, and it's cool. You don't have to agree with the prince. It's all right. You know, you're a man. You get to form your own opinion of what the law says. I'm not here to force anybody to agree with me or disagree. My job is to just explain it as the Most High gives it to me. And as the Most High gives it to me is how I bring it to the people. If they like it, if they accept it, if they can't relate, that's okay. Facts. It was specific, in my opinion, to help the man inquire more about the sisters and not just marry because they cool with it. Just tread lightly. All right. May the Most High be praised. Good reaffirmation, understanding. All right. So I just thought I would bring that up to the family because the brother brought it up to me. You know, in conversation, he brought that the man said that he would like for his son to take these two wives, and the two wives were sisters. Man, look, where that bro at? I said, where that brother at?
For it.
I said, where that brother at? I got somebody might want him. Two sisters, I think that you would be at an advantage with two sisters simply because they already know each other. Just because they already know each other. And if they rocking with a righteous spirit, oh man, it's almost nothing that you can't get done. It's almost nothing that you can't achieve. All right. So are there any other questions or comments, family? I just wanted to bring that up so we can talk about it a little bit and let everybody know that two sisters in my book is not a problem according to the law of the Most High. Unless somebody can show me something to change my opinion of the matter, that's what the Creator's given to me. True story. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be glorified. Sky is the limit. I agree. I agree. There's so much you could achieve with two women, strong women that already know each other, that's really on the path of righteousness, that's really trying to do their best to be their best. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Can be. All right. Aim Kater, you know I got to see what Aim said. She run anything. I got to be quiet and listen. In this case, the law warns men against intentionally causing strife between siblings for one reason or the other by marrying the other. These siblings may not get along previously. Okay, thank you, Aim. You're right. They may not, but then again, they may. This is not something I need to worry about in my life, fortunately. I got you, bro. So, Aim, what about if they do get along previously, and they blood sisters, and they father is with it? Their father is saying, "Go for it. This is what I would like for you to do," and the sister's saying, "We would like to do it as well." Aim, do you think it's a violation of the law to do? You'd be surprised, Brother Benjamin, as they keep living. Yeah. There's a way to avoid the rivalry. Absolutely. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Shavua tov. Good week to you all. All right, may the Most High be praised. All right, family, we're going to close it out. As long as the sisters are in agreement, that boy, AIM is something special. As long as the sisters are in agreement, I see no problem. There you go. No problem. Thank you, AIM. So now I can go out there and teach it because AIM gave me the stamp of approval. Your wisdom and not greed or ego. What'd she say? Yes, use wisdom and not greed or ego. Absolutely. You got to make certain everything is cool. Oh, I got something else I wanted to show. Hold on, family. Don't nobody go nowhere yet. I got one more thing I want to show. I got one more thing I want to show. Don't go nowhere yet, y'all. Don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere yet. Got one more thing I want to show. Well, two more. Just wanted to let y'all know what's going on over here and keep y'all up to date with the progress. For those of you who like to donate and share, I want you to know what we're doing. How deep we putting the wire in the ground for the electric. 4 feet down, all the way up, all the way around the turn. 4 feet in the ground. Come up into the bottom of the panel box and give us our juice. You don't need to see that video. All right, there's another one here. Let's see. Is this a video? Yeah. This is the school building we purchased in October. There's no electric, there's no water running to the building. So we ran wires. We had to dig up the ground. That's the electric wire right there. We had to dig up the ground all the way down. I'm going to put a sub panel right here. And we had to run the wire. All right, so let me go and grab. I just want to show everyone. I thought I had another video on here. I honestly thought I did. Let me see. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so we dug the hole already, and we covered it up. Okay, let me go back. This is the last video I want to, well, one video and one photo. Let me show you. It's because I want y'all to know where all that money y'all send, where it's going, and with the work we're doing. I want y'all to know exactly from the source. This is the school building. We purchased this in October. There's no electric, there's no water running to the building. So we ran wires. We had to dig up the ground. That's the electric wire right there. We had to dig up the ground all the way down. I'm going to put a sub panel right here. And we had to run the wire, dig up the ground all the way down to the main gate, which is about a quarter mile down that way. We had to dig it all out. And all of this is for the electric wire that we had to put in. All right. Simultaneously, while we're running the electric wire for the building, we're also running the water on this side for the building. And it's going to cut over here and go across to the building. So we got the electric wire, and now here's the water on this side. We covered it up because we put most of it in. All right, so we dug the hole already, and we covered it up. And this goes back a quarter mile to the main public source. This is the water. You can see on the end, we got a little cap until we get there to finish it off, which should be tomorrow, today or tomorrow. And over here is the electric, all running to that building. Once we get the electric and the water running in the building, then we can get the inspection. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. So that's what we're doing. We be busy. We really be busy. Now, we got some of that work done this week. And this was the actual electric panel that I installed here. Where I told you it was going to be an electric panel. This is it. And I got it in. It ain't finished. It ain't completed because somebody had me run them to the store. So I got to go back and finish it. So I'll create a willing tomorrow or Monday. That'll be finished. Tomorrow we got to cut grass. Monday it'll be finished. So I just wanted to share with you because, you know, we get a lot of donations. Well, we get donations from some people. Let's put it that way. And I want to show you all what's being done, a portion of what's being done with the donations that the Creator has put in your heart to bless us with. So, you know, we building, man. This is for our school. This is for the children, so that the children can come and be in a building and learn. Now, keep that picture of how that building look in your mind right now, because by this time next year, it's going to be a completely different building, completely different. As long as the Most High continues to bless us, keep the breath of life within us, and allow us to keep progressing and moving forward, I promise you, it's going to be a different building by this time next year. It ain't going to take that long. But this goes because of all you are making this possible. We're grateful. Through the Most High's blessings, a lot of you are making this possible, and we're grateful. So just keep up the good work. That's right. And we got central air, central heat, all that's in the building. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. So we doing what we got to do, and we'll have it done. And when we get it done, we're going to show you the progress so you can look at the photos and see what the end work look like. May the Most High be praised. Now we can close it out. Ima, was there anything you wanted to say?
No.
Moray Kazu, anything you wanted to say?
Baruch Hashem, Shel Adonai. Baruch Hashem, Shel Adonai. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yah power. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Shel Adonai. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of Yahweh. Blessed be the name of Yahweh. Blessed be the name, blessed be the name of Yahweh. Who knows Elekem, whom I am God. Who knows Elekem, whom I am God. Who knows Elekem, whom I am God. Who knows Elekem, who knows Ekem umayam God. He gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread. He gives us bread and our water too. Baruch Hashem, Shel Adonai. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahweh. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah.
May the praise. And Brother Benjamin, the brother who did our outro, I will have to send you his number some kind of way. Because I don't know if he wanted over the airwaves, but I would send it to you in a way that I could get it to you. Thank you for that song, brother.
Oh, Hallel B'Shem, Yahweh.
Yes, may the Most High be praised. Ima? Thank you all who came out today in participation for our class, Who Discovered America. We pray that the Most High has allowed you to be enlightened. If you didn't know the information, he presented it to you. And that which you may have already known, he reconfirmed it. And may the Most High be praised. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom. I did want to say, my apologies, but if anyone felt or feel they can help us in any way, just give us a call. Like we've said before, even though everybody's not living here, especially with the school, I think that's the biggest way people can help is with the school. And I'm not talking about financially. There's so many things that goes into building the school and running it daily that the children deserve to have. And it's going to take all of us, working together, asking questions of what we need, because sometimes we don't know what we need till we're in the midst of it. But if there's ideas, resources that we overlook or that you may know and we just don't know, please share it with us. We're going into our 6th year, so we want to keep moving forward and, doing the work that the Most High has given us to do, but to do it, as righteously and as best as possible.
Shalom.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. You had a lot to do, and you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
You got it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.goshenhebrewacademytemplekefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at beulahland@templekefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
Change up in a minute, as fast as change clothes out the